microplastic. A study suggests that 1 block of Oasis is equivalent to 10 plastic bags. It also contains various of hazardous chemical substances like carbon or sulfur dioxide. It can be used only once, not to mention that it will break down into microplastics and affecting all the humans and animals afterwards. Some of you might also have questions like, is this really impactful? Do we even use it that much? And the answer is yes. 3.4 million floral blocks are used annually from florists or event organizers, producing more than 1.1 million kilograms of CO2 emission. Combining all these problems, we would like to make something like a sustainable solution for Oasis. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our team for Change would like to introduce you to our perfect solution, Biosys. Biosys is a substitution from the Oasis, and it has the same quality as Oasis. However, the big difference is that it's made from biodegradable materials and it's made from food waste. So through Biosys, it will tackle 3 main issues. First is about the food waste. Since we will use only the food waste to produce the Biosys, it also reduces the plastic waste generating from the traditional flower foam, also reduce the air pollution because our product is biodegradable. Regarding the implementation plan, we have 2 phases. At the beginning, we would like to penetrate to the existing market. This includes the florists, hotels, and event organizers who use this type of product daily. And we would like to replace the use of floral foam to our sustainable solution. And with the lower price, we would be able to compete with other traditional foams in the market. And in the long term, we would like to expand to other opportunity market. This includes the transportation and delivery of plants and flowers, including the agricultural sector. In terms of the impact, we assess the impact in 2 main areas, business and environmental impact. For the revenue, we would be able to generate around 14 million baht of revenue with a very high operating profit margin. And for the environmental impact, we would be able to create a net benefit of 1.9 million baht. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was 3 minutes given for you. And the next 3 minutes will be given for Q&A.
So, great idea. What have the team built over this hackathon? Or what have you worked on over the past weekend?
So I have to say first that I have this idea from last year since I became a volunteer for rural development camps. And the villagers taught us how to make the fertilizer. But I got an idea that how can I maximize all this ingredient into its full capabilities. And after we brainstorming, we have come up with this idea of Biosys. And the process of making this is all organic food waste, which is food sawdust, coconuts, and water hyacinths, which is a ratio of 2:1:1. And after that, we will use the clay to merge all these ingredients together to become a form of Biosys block and sun dry for 5 hours. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes, thank you for the excellent presentation. You were talking about the lower price, lower cost, and I think that would be very interesting in terms of marketplace. Have you ever compared on how many percentage that you could reduce in terms of, in terms of cost and benefit, as well as another question is about inputs, right? From if you talk about the market, the garbage, many places then they try to produce or reuse the waste. The problem is, particularly in Japan, even they have a good system on the separate the garbage, but the inputs to come into this product is, what is your strategy to looking for to maintain the input for waste to continue this business?
Okay, thank you for your question. So initially, during the first phase, we would like to collect this food waste from restaurants or markets in Bangkok. The reason that it has to be in Bangkok is to reduce the transportation costs. And according to our survey, there's plenty of waste in market and also in restaurants. So we see that this type of waste is able to use as something else, for example, fertilizer or even the biosis. So that's, is that answer your question about the input? Okay.
Okay, thank you for presentations. And then one of presentation you mentioned that you want to apply this product to the transport sector. So I would like to see your idea. What's your idea on the transporting sector?
Okay, for transportation, with the plant and flower, without root and soil, it will be over osmosis over some period of time. With our product, biosis, it will help the plant and flower to absorb at the appropriate amount of water. So it will keep their best condition when it's shipped to the customers. Thank you for your question.
Can you say a little bit more about the production? How you're going to produce this, and with what kind of technology?
Okay, so first, our product will be processed by first gathering all the food waste, right? But after we combine all these ingredients together, we have to use the machines which is called the block compress machines, which might cost for around like 400,000 each Thai baht. But however, we can actually execute that by maybe ask for investor, such as angel investor or company that are looking forward to gain more shares and we will be able to capture that capital on hands, and that's our process. Sorry.
So, given your understanding of what it takes to make this enterprise successful, what role do each four of you play in that team?
Okay, thank you for your question. So we would like to maybe find a business partner in order to make this happen. And initially, we would love to first implement this idea by building the biosis by using the machine and the food waste by ourselves. However, after that, we would implement more and go to other markets by maybe have other employees as well.
I guess that's what the last question. Thank you very much. Thank you for Shane for your presentation. All right. Thank you very much for the flower block solution. All biosis, very interesting. Up next will be Nature Radar. Please come up onto the stage.
Hello, our team is from Pisanlok, where we work remotely for a non-profit rainforest connection to defend Amazon rainforests from illegal logging. Our strengths are IoT, data science in sound detection, analysis and visualization on web and mobile. The motivation for joining this hackathon was to explore how this tech stack can be applied to other climate change issues, and we have found a huge market to exploit in nature-based solutions. As we heard yesterday, climate change leads to biodiversity loss, which leads to extreme weather and natural disasters. However, we can slow climate change and adapt to climate change by conserving and restoring biodiversity, as described in the UN Convention on Climate Change. Scientists believe that more than 1/3 of climate change targets can be achieved by nature-based solutions. We think this is huge. Furthermore, there are big motivations for private companies to take biodiversity seriously. We've picked 3 industries to focus on. The food industry relies directly on biodiversity. Oil, gas, mining companies, as part of their concessions, need to monitor that they don't do damage and cause biodiversity loss. The housing or construction industry can attract customers with nature-rich projects. And furthermore, policy is driving nature-based solutions too. In the UK, new developments must increase biodiversity by 10%. So traditionally, biodiversity studies are expensive, they're resource intensive, and they require skilled scientists. The primary challenge for companies is to measure biodiversity cost effectively, and they need a tool for decision making. Nature Radar. Nature Radar is a unique solution that uses our experience in audio detection to measure populations of insects, birds, and mammals. And we have access to hundreds of models that can detect, models that can detect hundreds of different sounds, including population counts of animals, as well as disruptive influences like vehicles. Last night, our team built a prototype dashboard for monitoring biodiversity that fits the gap for the three industries of agricultural, mining, and construction. As well as tracking insects, birds, and mammals, we have implemented a biodiversity net metric based on UK proposals, which enables companies to monitor biodiversity over weeks, months, and years. Our next challenge would be to talk with each industry to customize dashboards and reports. The value of Nature Radar to companies is it connects the impact of their biodiversity efforts to the economic gains. The value to the world is with companies increasing biodiversity conservation and restorations, we can slow or mitigate the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, it's time for Q&A.
Who would your customer be and how would they pay?
Okay, so that's a good question, because one of the slides we couldn't fit in was kind of the packages that we'd like to put together for companies. So this would be a service, and companies would have like different packages that they could pay for, and depending on how big their project, their biodiversity project is, they would choose from these packages. The base package would just involve them doing the audio collection themselves and uploading the audio to our platform and then getting the metrics. But like our team has access to IoT devices, so a second level of package would be to actually sell the devices to companies as well. And then a third level package would be if a company has a big project, then we would do an individual customized dashboard for their needs.
So, a fascinating project. However, is this a startup or a project that already exists? Because you seem to be working on it. And how this, has this hackathon shaped or developed this project uniquely?
So Rainforest Connection is a non-profit in the US that's protecting rainforests in the Amazon and in Indonesia against deforestation. So they have got the technology stack that we've been developing, so we work for them for that particular problem. So what we're proposing at this hackathon is to take that technology stack and apply it to a different problem, which is this nature-based solutions. And obviously it has a different customer as well, as we're targeting the private sector.
And compared to like satellite imagery, drones, how is this better and more cost effective?
It's more, what we think is it's a lot more cost effective, and we know that from Rainforest Connection that they're being compared with people doing satellite imagery, which can be quite slow, and also people using drones, which is supremely expensive to cover the kind of areas that you need to cover with biodiversity. In the UK, we did some research on biodiversity monitoring, And in the UK, it seems very expensive to do these scientific studies. In one case, we saw like hot air balloons being launched to go and collect insects. And so that if you compare that to putting very small, cheap audio devices that record audio in many different locations, I think we can have a lot greater effect for a lot smaller cost.
Any more questions?
Yeah, just very interesting too. From what you have done, I think it is very, very good tool and use very good technology. But what I'm keen to know is from the result you have, how you can interpret that into the nature-based solution. Because it seems to me that most of the work you have done on this product is more like monitoring. But how we can adopt or adapt that into climate change or solution, something like that.
Yeah, so according to the needs of climate change specialists and in general, people that are doing nature-based solutions, their need is for metrics and tools for being able to quantify biodiversity. So we're kind of offering those projects a service, and they can then use that to show their impact on climate change. So we're kind of like an enabling technology for climate change.
I'm interested to hear how you see this tool being used widely or being mainstream into commercial scale. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I mean, to give you some examples from Thailand, yesterday we talked with someone from GC. They have an oil refinery in Rayong, and they basically, the way they monitor the environment is they go and do surveys of people in the community and ask them, are they happy with the environment? Clearly, there's a big gap here in companies doing these kinds of activities. There's projects. I also think there's opportunities in urban areas as well. So there's projects in the Netherlands to redevelop city areas and increase bees in areas that have been affected by pollution. So it's very difficult for them to have any metrics on their impact. So these kinds of tools, I think even beyond our platform, I think there's huge potential for these kinds of tools to help companies and projects measure their impact.
Okay, I think that was all for the question. Thank you very much, Nature Radar, for your presentation. Yeah, for your AI-powered biodiversity monitoring and decision-making platform. Up next will be team number 3. Please welcome Laika.
My name is Pet, and we are Laika. And sorry, technical. Okay. And at Laika, we believe that dogs can enjoy healthy and tasty food while saving our planet at the same time. We are trying to solve the problem of unhealthy dog food, the food that contain high sodiums, using byproduct meats, at the same time have additive and preservative, all of which cause unhealthy or bad health for your dogs, but at the same time have a high carbon footprint, or at Laika we call high carbon paw prints. Introducing Laika's first product, insect-based dog treats using all natural ingredients, superfood for dogs, and the recipe developed by vets for the complete and balanced diet, but at the same time very planet-friendly. We use insect protein first because of their nutritional benefits, high protein, healthy fat, and essential minerals, but more importantly, because of their environmental impacts. They use very minimal natural resources such as land, water, and carbon emissions, especially when you compare to cow or chickens. And at Laika, we believe in circular economies. Every day there are food surplus being thrown away. We carefully select the high quality food surplus and upcycle them. They become the food source for our insect farm. The insects are processed into insect proteins, which is used for food production. But the only remaining or byproduct from our farm is organic compost, which it can be used to grow more food, fruits and vegetables mainly, and giving us the organic producers, which the process repeat, and thus the circular economies at Lycus. So far with that, we have upcycled more than 6 tons of organic surplus. And by 2022, we expect to upcycle at least 50 tons of food surplus, or equivalent to about 100 tons of carbon emission that will be saved. In terms of market, the pet food market has been fast growing with an estimated of 10% year-over-year growth, not just in Thailand alone, but in the regional and also the global markets. And we believe this is a good indicator that the scalability of our product and the business. And here's our team. We have Itikon, ex-finance, and who is now our insect farmers, and myself, Pet, doing a business development, Natcha doing performance marketing, and Dr. Atwit, who is doing our wet and food development. And here's a photo of some of our customers. We have launched our product for a month now, and we call them friends of Lycus, who have been helping us saving our planet one bite at a time. And we hope you and your dogs can be a part of our journeys at Lycus.
Thank you very much. Like our team member is my favorite so far. And now it's time for Q&A.
Itikon will show you our recently launched products. Thank you. It's human safe. If you want to try, that's fine too. Or I can join with you and tasting some. And welcome our team, Natcha and Itikon.
Can I check how many stars did you get on the Wong Nai review?
Oh, yeah. So far we just started. We didn't do the star rating yet, but so far we've got pretty good feedback. And after 4 months of launching, we start having repeating customers. Actually, 1 month. Yeah.
I see. So I guess the quick question that comes to mind is defensibility in the moat, because exciting space. You see all sorts of soap and shampoo going organic from the big manufacturers themselves. Now, what's stopping the bigger brands from copying you, and how can you stay ahead?
We don't think they would copy us, or even if they do it, I think it's better for the planet that they're joining the space. And for
I think the way that we can protect ourselves is the way that we grow our insect by ourselves. The way that we select the organic surplus, we have a contract with 2 food suppliers. They provide high quality of food waste. No, actually a food surplus. So this is the one way that we can differentiate our insect protein from others. At the same time, we have raising this kind of insect for more than 3 years already. We know how exactly to raise them effectively in terms of density, in terms of moisture level of the food surplus that we have. At the same time, we believe that we can tailor the protein level and the fatty acid level of our insect proteins. That's the one key thing that we can prevent the competitors at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
What opportunity are you looking for if you win the prize?
Okay, so part of the prize that if we got from this event will be used toward the future product developments. Because what you see there was the first product, which is dog treat, but we are currently also developing dog food, their complete diets, and also pet treat and complete diets, along with other we call lifestyle products for dogs, using the same concept of using upcycle materials, such as like our shirt itself. Our team shirt is made from surplus fabrics. So instead of using virgin materials, we start using overstocks or surplus to become, and that will be part of our pet food lifestyle products, such as dog bed and their accessories.
What about the unit economics of your business, and where do you see the break-even point?
So in terms of the economics, right? Right now we sell at 150 baht per bag for our treats. This price is accounted for the 30%, more than 33% for the GP if you're going to retails. And here's the current channels that we're having, online mainly, and then through the events and the exhibitions. We expect to make a return within the first year for the dog treat, but we also have planning for do other revenue stream, not just on the food alone, but also the lifestyle product that we have mentioned earlier. And here's some of the offline channels that we aiming and working on to reach our target customers.
I guess you haven't shown your business performance, right? Do you have a slide on that?
Okay. For the business performance, so these products we have launched for the first 4 weeks until now. And then we have selling, I would say about 300 bags so far, and doing just online organic growth. What we are doing next in the next stage is starting applying more advertisement and also doing offline at exhibition. If you guys are free in the next 2 weeks, we'll be at K Village for the dog fair. We're doing that partly because we want to meet our customers and talk to them and get to know what they really need or looking for in our current product and the future product developments.
I guess any more questions? That was all for the question, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Laika,
Okay, thank you, Khap.
for your presentation. Yeah, very interesting insect-based dog treats. And then we will reach our number 4 team. Please welcome Energy Bank.
Hi, my name is Raf. Energy Bank is an investment platform for clean energy, where anyone can make a difference for the future. We are in 2020, but there are still problems for clean energy. 1, it's still not the main energy source. 2, a lot of businesses lack of funds, even for their own solar rooftops. 3, ordinary people like you and me never get a chance to fund in them. Do you know that how many businesses in Thailand that has more than 1 million of electric bill? Well, more than 50,000 of them. That means 50 billion as their burden, and we want to help. This is how it works. We work with business owners to list solar rooftop projects into the platform where you can search, review, and invest. Start from 1 kilowatt of solar. After the project is fully funded, we take a few months of installation, and then after operated, all the money saved pay back to you every single month. 1,500 megawatts of solar in 5 years, meaning 1.2 billion of investment that generates into 2 billion over 12 years. Everybody wins, and we get to create huge impact together. Current market. Solar in Thailand, 3 billion. Solar worldwide, more than 300 billion and still growing. Our position is very clear, with IRR between 8 to 12%, lower risk, and stable returns. Why Energy Bank, and why now? We are the first clean energy investment platform in Asia. 100% CO2-free clean energy. And we are tackling climate change problem right now. This is the best team for clean energy, experience in clean tech, and development over $500 million of solar before. What we have done so far, 3 businesses will be listed to our platform by next month, creating a lot of impact, a lot of money will be saved, and thousands tons of CO2 will be reduced. In 5 years, we plan to have revenue of $1.2 billion by growing into other countries with our platform. The question to you is, will you take actions toward better tomorrow? One more thing, being idle is not an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Energy Bank. Now it's Q&A time.
May I ask you for more explanations what the energy banks would be work in the market? How the methodologies or any approaches that the energy bank will do to increase more investment in, for example, like solar rooftop?
Okay, actually, thank you a lot for this question. This is our main objective because we believe that for renewable energy to grow, a lot of investments will be needed. So our objective is to bring solar into everyone by making it sexy and reachable. So this is our objective for making more investment into renewable. And of course, with the digital platform as well.
When I listen to your pitch, it sounds a lot like crowdfunding for solar rooftops. Do I understand that correctly, or is there another angle on it?
Well, actually, it is the concept is the same, but in the first year or the first couple of years, our investor will be mostly corporates or individuals that have a lot of investment. But ultimately, our plan is to also get SEC approved and turn it to the crowdfunding that is for everyone as our plan.
Any more questions?
Yes, thank you for presentation. Just a quick question. Have you ever concerned about the whole life cycle of the project? I mean, from the starting of producing this solar cell and then until the end of finish of this project, and then how you can take care of the, once you finish the life cycle of this solar cell? That's the first question. Second question, the accessibility of your partners to join this project. How would they get involved with you, and then what will they get in return?
Okay, thank you for your questions. The first question, well, I would like to answer with some fun facts, actually. Do you know that it takes only 1 year of solar for the clean energy that it produces to cover everything that it polluted from its own production? So solar is basically has a lifetime of 25 years, but even from the first year of its operation, it covers everything that it was made. So this is one fact. And another fact is that 25 years of the lifetime is still much more better than other kind of energy. And for the second question, of course, let me show you our partners. These are technically solar companies that want to sell solar projects. Of course, myself as the founder of Energy Bank know these companies from across APAC, and with our business model, we can work with them, and they can get the project funded as well. So we look at other solar companies as partner, not the direct competitors. It's a win-win situation for me.
Okay, one more quick question for me. What I understand for your presentation is that you said that you have the project in the pipeline already. So I wonder that is any regulations that you are concerned on your like invest or any like technical regulations like in how to say also the financial regulations Thailand is possible to do the business and also the to grow the business in the future. You can explain something.
Okay, thank you for this question. It actually is also our concern, as you say, because the regulation in Thailand is quite new for these kind of things. And of course, we have taken these issues seriously. As I mentioned, the first sets of projects that we actually have deal with actual businesses, like right here. We are dealing mostly from something called private equity, but we want to take that into digital platform. So private equity fund is actually okay with the current regulation, but as I mentioned, in our pipeline, we'd like to get SEC approved and then get something like crowdfunding. And at that point, of course, the regulation would be no issue, and it will be the real crowdfunding for everyone.
Last quick one. I've heard the word private equity, and I know there's a lot of PE funds already in this space, and it's not impossible to get a bank loan for some of these projects. The folks with the rooftop must be doing some good business, and they must have some credit that if they wanted to go get a loan to install some solar roof, it is. So I'm trying to, please help me to understand, like, where's the innovation in this project? Like, besides you having your private equity fund or crowdfunding fund with a website, one, and then how can you provide like a lower, faster, or better source of capital versus a bank or some other PE funds?
Okay. To clearly answer this question, and also to differentiate Energy Bank with other kind of financing, actually it's from our team because we actually work on this kind of field before for many years, and we think that it's not quite fair for businesses with the current financing models. That is why we come up with the new model with our Energy Bank platform, where the businesses actually get more benefit, and also we bring the good things, the good investments, such as solar, in the middle for other peoples. So if we have more time, of course I can explain in details, but ultimately the new model that we have is much more fair for the business owners and of course for the people.
All right, thank you so very much for all the questions, and thank you, Energy Bank, for your presentation. Thank you for your investment platform for clean energy company. And let's keep moving on to our next team. Please welcome Happy Closers.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Mo, and I would like to start our pitch with a question, actually. Who here likes to eat carrots? Can I see your hands? Okay, cool. And who here likes to support our local farmers? Right. Do you know that most of the carrots in Thailand are actually from China? And the reason for that is because production from China has such a high capacity that it can ensure the consistency to the supermarket that they can have carrot all year long. And actually, over 1 million of our farmers, our local farmers, do not have access to the big supermarket or big marketplaces because they cannot ensure the consistency of their production. And for those that have access to the big markets, they actually have to face the problem of such a high standard of how beautiful the produces are, and over 40% are thrown away before even entering the supermarket. So we then started to ask ourselves whether there's a way for farmers, like all farmers across Thailand, to participate in big market, while our consumer would be able to know exactly where their foods are from, so they can make better decisions that would reduce their food mile. They can make sure that things that go through the production would have minimal chemical substance amount, or they are actually really organic. And that is when we started Happy Grocers. So Happy Grocers is basically a social enterprise that connects farmers directly to our consumers. And our mission basically is just to kind of validate our assumption that if more consumers are aware where things are from, if more consumers are aware that the ugly produce are actually as good as the flawless one, or even better when they're organic, because if you want to consume organic and save the world, you have to kind of understand that organic produce cannot be flawless because they don't use chemical. Would it be possible to increase more demand for organics and then influence the way our farmers do agriculture? So in order to prove this assumption, we decided to start Happy Grocers to kind of validate our assumption of whether if we provide a service that connects our farmers directly to the consumers, that travels across Bangkok to condos, to embassies, to international school, they would be more willing to buy things directly from the farm. So it was look like when we do the service. So right now we reach over 200 families, 30 locations, and work with 60 farmers to validate that's actually true. Our assumption of how if consumers understand more where things are from, then we would be able to influence their demand and then influence the farmers' behavior. And yeah, we work directly with the farmers, and then yeah, we just try to digitalize what we do into more of the digital platform. And that's why we are here.
Thank you very much. Any questions from judges?
Oh. Hello.
Thank you very much. I'm interested to hear more about your business model.
The business model?
Yeah.
So basically, we have a team that would go to farms and directly source from farmers. Our co-founder, which doesn't show here, he works for Organic Thailand before, so he has a contact of farmers, organic farmers throughout Thailand. So when we take things directly from the farm, it has really, really good starting price for us. Then we resell it in our store, and then we just charge for the produce.
That's not really my question, sorry. I'm kind of would like to know more about how do you project, this would make profit for you and at the same time, make farmers happy and the world happy.
How do we project that we would have money? And then, so basically, it started when the COVID started. So first of all, so me as a person, I just saw farmers I worked with internship before started to complain that they cannot distribute their produces because of the lockdown. And at the same time, our expat friends started to complain that they cannot access fresh produce with no plastics directly from the source. So that was my assumption that if we can provide that to our expat friends, then it would be possibility to reach to more people who are already aware about environmental issues. So that's one thing. Another thing is that to ensure that our farmers are happy, we do the field work ourselves. I would go to farms and then offer the price of Talat Thai, which they usually don't get it in from the farm because they have to lose it for middle persons. So giving them a fair price is one thing that we would ensure that our farmers are happy. And for the world, so what happens is that farmers around Thailand, they don't have the confidence to do organic because they sell in local market. And in local markets, what happens is that most of the people are doing chemicals. So they have to sell it for the same price, even though they have to have more effort to grow things. So people would be really discouraged to do organic farming, which takes more work, but then at the end of the day, have to sell for the same price. So in order for us to influence, I don't want to use influence, but for us to kind of make our farmers do more organic, we have to prove to the farmers that they actually are consumers. By us traveling to the farm, actually show them that they are real consumers. We bring consumers to the farm as well to give them the confidence for that.
Okay, the product is very quite interesting, but the one more thing that I want to hear from you more is that you think your product is like can be a solutions or reduce the impact of the climate change.
Yeah, so I would like to describe what we do as a service. So we don't just sell fruit or vegetable, we sell service as a whole that gives people convenience, education of where things are from, how things are grown. And we believe that in order, by creating a value chain that's sustainable, that would then influence the practice of farmers, because most of the farmers in Thailand right now are doing conventional farming and use lots of pesticides. And if we can create a bigger base of suppliers of organic farmers, then that would be possible that we could reverse the climate change and reduce the temperature in the atmosphere.
So there's a very profound problem that you presented on the first or second slide, which was food waste. How would this reduce that number of 40% to anything less than it is today?
So what we do is that Happy Grocery is a grocery store. We are a grocery store ourselves. And the standard that we set is that, so let's say if chompu or like pear apple, it has 4 grades, right? Usually people would just sell the premium one and then just throw away all the 3 other grades. But what we do is that we would accept 3 so that we can sell more of the produce and don't waste it. And what happens is that in order to do that, we have to also educate our consumer that the ugly produce, which are not the premium one, are as good as the premium one. And we actually offer at a lower price because it has lower margin.
Great project. Now, I've been in the impact and startup space the past 10 years, and this is a project that will keep recurring. Like somebody will pitch your idea. I guess one is like how are you doing things better and differently? And I saw in the last slide there's a lot of coding, great. Now the problem of getting Thai farmers to do organic is like been around forever. Like how are you trying to solve that faster and more scalable rather than you going like farm by farm knocking on doors? So a bit of 2 questions. So scalability, and what are you doing that's better and different from all the other predecessors that have tried this model?
Okay, just to make sure I understand the questions. The first question is how do we scale the ability to convert farmers to organic farming?
To scale your impact.
To scale our impact. So I think we can start from how we support farmers to convert to organic farming. So first of all, like I mentioned before, this is like our gem of the team, which is our co-founder, PA. So because like I mentioned before, he used to work for Organic Thailand. First, he has contact, and also he also teaches. So he has a network of Ajahn or teachers, like university professors that are currently already supporting farmers to convert to organic farming, but not yet have the market for these farms that are already doing it. So that's the first thing, because his connection is all over Thailand. The second thing is, can you remind me the question again?
How are you doing this same idea? It's been around for so long, like 10x better than all the other people have failed.
the idea of
Happy Grocer, like this model. I've seen it many times. It's great, keep working on it. But what are you going to do better or different?
how are we going to do better.
Yeah,
right now.
than anybody who's trying this same model and may have failed in the past, gave up.
So one thing that's really key value in our business is the human connection that we have with our consumers. So if you follow our truck around, you would see me just go there explaining things to people, spend time with people. But I can see for myself that that has to take me, and I have to be there all the time to explain that. I believe that having a technology where people can access the same information would be one of the things that would raise awareness among people who are potential customers to our business. So that's one thing. Another thing is an online platform that people can access our produce as well instead of waiting for our truck to travel to their property. So those are the two main areas that I believe would make our business better.
Yes, thank you so very much for all the questions and for your presentation as well. Happy Grocers! A social enterprise that connects farmers to consumers. And next will be teams number 6. Please welcome Raya.
Let's talk about your shirt. What does it take to make one shirt? Well, you have cotton, and it takes a lot of water, 3,000 liters for one shirt, and a whole lot of chemicals to make just one shirt. And then you have to manufacture it, you have to ship it, and then the clothes end up in landfills. And all of these steps have huge negative consequences on our planet. According to the UN, 10% of the world's carbon emission and 20% of water waste comes from the fashion industry. This is tremendous, and we need to do something about this. If we're just a little bit more conscious about our purchasing habits, who we buy from, we can make a huge change. But where are these brands? We are Raya, a sustainable marketplace that collects brands with ethical manufacturing methods. And we target 2 groups. The first group are sustainable shoppers, specifically millennials and Gen Zs, because we believe that these people are confident, they're connected, and they always advocate for a better world. On the other hand, we have brands right here in Thailand that are already sustainable, but they're having a hard time competing with bigger brands like H&M or Zara. Our product is a beautiful marketplace with a great user experience that combines together sustainable brands. We use data to put the products that we think you want right in front of you with all the sustainable information. And our checkout process is simple. The items get delivered right to your home. It's that easy. You might ask, how do we know the brands are sustainable? Are they actually doing what they're saying they're doing? We've developed our own sustainability index and use it rigorously to vet brands before they can enter our platform. For our business model, we use a 5% commission for each transaction and additional revenue stream from running ads. With this, we plan to capture 0.5% of the global sustainable fashion market for a total of 120 baht of revenue by 2023. Time is running out, and it's on us to make changes now. And Raya is a platform that can help you fight climate change right from your fingertips. Not only that we're passionate, but we believe that we have the right skill sets from design to engineering and business, and experience from companies like Tesla, KBTG and JP Morgan, and support from faculty at Harvard. We are Rhea, and we want to transform the fashion industry because we believe that the future of fashion is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
What role do you play in the fulfillment of the demand?
Right now, if we talk about the demand, we feel that we will be the first ever online marketplace to shop for sustainable fashion. If you want to shop for sustainable fashion right now, you have to go to each particular brand, for example, Patagonia or even H&M Conscious, but then these brands are not, they're just one brand. If you want to buy multiple sustainable products, we will be that solution for customers.
I think being the only one is a bit of a very, a bold claim. I'm a sustainable shopper myself. I see some of the products, they get listed on Lazada, Shopee. What's the moat? How are you going to defend, a Shopee organic, sustainable section, or all the other usual suspects that are going to come into this turf because it is a growing, exciting niche?
One thing that can differentiate us from other brands, other big brands, is we want to maintain our competitive advantage. And one thing that we can do is build our brand starting from now and building a presence on social media. For example, we want to be the brand that advocates for change and sustainability. Like there are brands like H&M and Zara, and they're now implementing like sustainable fashion lines. But one thing that makes us different from them is that we are sustainable and transparent since the very start. So that is one way how we want to distinguish ourselves from other brands.
We are not only a marketplace, but we are also creating this community where we are educating people around the earth why fast fashion is bad and why we have to make the changes now. So we are also publishing articles to help educate the market on sustainable fashion as well as fast fashion as well.
And what's your strategies to encourage the people or your key customer to know about your platform or your products, and as well as the fashion brand that you will correct into your platform?
We believe that education is key to educate the market. If people don't know about this environmental impact of fast fashion, they wouldn't want to buy sustainable clothing. So education is the key that we want to aim for, and we do that by using social media as a powerful platform to reach millions of people, to educate people about this ethical issues as well as environmental issues. But then we also want to partner with local brands to raise their voices out and to make people know about them. We are very proud of our Thai brands, where we will start with, and then we will expand to other local brands around the earth.
In your idea, how big the Thai market in the sustainable fashions?
Yeah, so we have a brief marketing plan that we plan on implementing after launch. So one of the ideas that we have is we want to implement a referral program. So we're going to start off with a small target market, which is, we think it's our college students who are passionate about sustainability. We're going to find the niche target market and rely on those people to build awareness around our brand. So for example, we want to provide them with discounts. If they're able to refer their friends, they will be more incentivized by the discount to spread word around for our platform. And by that, we will rely on that technique to build our brand organically, and also rely on peer pressure and social media to encourage other people to do good as well.
I'd like to go back to that fulfillment question because I think for me it hasn't been answered yet. So you're earning a margin on every trade, and I can see how your revenue would scale with trade. What costs would scale along with the trade?
I think the cost that would acquire would be, the main cost would be marketing cost, which we would have to spend a lot on in order to educate people and to get our online presence in the online marketplace. But then some other costs would infer doing some partnerships. We would have to hunt around to find some unique local brands. And some other costs would also include our sustainability index, which we want to find a way to track how companies value sustainability. So we were thinking of using blockchain to incorporate like transparency in that sustainability index.
I'd like to add in terms of technology, the cost would also scale with the number of users and the regions that we support. So we plan to launch in Southeast Asia, but as we move to other regions, the technology infrastructure also has to expand with that.
Can you tell me more about the impact to the climate? Because in your first slide, you showed surplus, right, and in energy and kind of resource intensity of this market, and then how would your model would reduce that, and what is your ballpark figure, you think you can help reduce?
Yeah, so we believe that the solution to climate change can start from changing our everyday behavior. So right now, there are some people who are aware of this problem and trying to change their everyday habits to better the environment. But we are planning on building that circle and spreading the awareness so that one day everyone can be more aware of their purchase behavior. And that is one way that we want to limit we want more people to be aware of the negatives of fast fashion. So fast fashion used to be a trend like H&M, Zara and stuff. But in the future, we want to make sustainability like the next big thing, the next trend. And we feel like that can be a lot of impact through that.
Sustainability itself is a very broad term, and in order for us to help participate in this climate change action, we use sustainability index to rate our brands. Since sustainability is such a broad term, there are several ways where companies can be sustainable, and that could be through using raw materials or using less water in the production process, as well as using sustainability manufacturing process. So all of these contribute to helping reduce the carbon emission on the planet.
All right, and I guess that was all for the question and answer time. Thank you very much, Rhea, for your presentation. Thank you for your online marketplace for sustainable fashion. All right, and yes, the pitching is interesting, but quite intense, right? So now I guess many of you would like to have some more time for relaxation. Then I will give you 5 more minutes, for relaxation. And we will get back here again. I guess maybe within 2 and 2:30, within this room, and I will see you again.
วันที่โลกหมุนเร็วด้วยเทคโนโลยีเราต้องพร้อมปรับตัวสู่โลกใหม่ให้เราไม่หยุดก้าวไปข้างหน้าที่นี่คือศูนย์กลางเทคโนโลยีและสตาร์ทอัพในเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียที่รวมเหล่ายักษ์ใหญ่ในวงการเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่นี่คือพื้นที่ที่เปิดกว้างสร้างแรงบันดาลใจเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกความคิดสร้างสรรค์ด้วยอีโคซิสเต็มแบบครบวงจรเป็นศูนย์กลางการเรียนรู้ที่อัปเดตเทรนด์และเทคโนโลยีเพื่อต่อยอดธุรกิจที่เดียวในไทยที่รวมผู้ประกอบการสตาร์ทอัพจากทั่วทุกมุมโลกและนักลงทุนที่พร้อมสนับสนุนการเติบโตของทุกธุรกิจ คิดค้นและพัฒนาปลุกปั้นธุรกิจด้วยความคิดสร้างสรรค์ผลักดันให้ทุกธุรกิจแข็งแกร่งพร้อมแข่งขันในเวทีโลกร่วมกันขับเคลื่อนให้ก้าวไกลในโลกยุคใหม่มาขยายขอบเขตความสำเร็จของคุณให้ทะยานไกลอย่างไม่สิ้นสุดที่เดียวทุกความเป็นไปได้ที่ True Digital Park
ระยะหลังๆเนี่ยนะครับก็คงทราบดีว่าประเทศไทยก็ประสบกับปัญหาเรื่องของฝุ่นละอองที่เรียกเป็น PM 2.5 เราก็เลยคิดว่าทำอย่างไรที่จะทำให้การผลิตของพี่น้องเกษตรกรเนี่ยเกิดความยั่งยืนทราบมาว่าเรามีเครื่องมือทางการเงินที่เรียกว่าเป็น Green Bond นะครับธกส.ก็มีความสนใจที่จะออกพันธบัตรอนุรักษ์สิ่งแวดล้อมที่เรียกว่า Green Bond เนี่ยเพื่อให้คนที่อยากจะลงทุนนะครับคนที่อยู่ในสังคมที่ไม่ใช่สังคมภาคเกษตรเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสมีส่วนร่วมในการทำกิจกรรมกับธกส.ในการที่จะไปส่งเสริมการผลิตที่ยั่งยืนเงินที่ได้จากการขายพันธบัตรเพื่อสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับหรือ Green Bond เนี่ยจำนวน 20,000 ล้านบาทซึ่งเราจะทำเรื่องนี้เป็นระยะเวลา 4 ปีนะครับส่งผลกับผู้มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องในทั้งหมด 3 ส่วนนะครับก็คาดว่าจะมีเกษตรกรที่มีส่วนร่วมตรงนี้นะครับประมาณ 10,000 ชุมชนนะครับจะสามารถที่จะทำให้มีการส่งเสริมการปลูกป่าให้มีการปลูกป่าไม้เพิ่มขึ้น 500,000 ไร่นะคาดว่าเขาจะมีรายได้จากป่าไม้ที่มีมูลค่าเพิ่มขึ้นกว่า 400,000 ล้านบาทนะครับแล้วก็มีรายได้ที่เป็น by product จากการเข้าไปใช้ประโยชน์จากป่าเนี่ยอยู่ที่ประมาณ 1,100 ล้านบาทนะครับในมิติของสังคมสิ่งแวดล้อมเนี่ยนะครับก็คาดว่าป่าไม้ที่เพิ่มขึ้นกว่า100 ล้านต้นเนี่ยนะครับก็จะสามารถกักเก็บคาร์บอนได้ 950,000 ตันต่อปีที่จะได้ขณะที่ผู้ลงทุนนะครับก็จะมีผลตอบแทนที่ทางธนาคารได้สัญญาไว้นะครับการตอบรับของตลาดนะครับถือว่าดีมากนะครับว่าดีเกินกว่าที่เราได้คาดไว้มีคำเสนอซื้อจากนักลงทุนเกินกว่าพันธบัตรที่เราออกมาในล็อตแรกคือเราออกมาล็อตแรกเนี่ย 6,000 ล้านนะครับในวันเดียวเนี่ยมีคนมาเสนอซื้อถึง 7,100 ล้านเราได้รับความร่วมมือและความช่วยเหลือจากหลายภาคส่วนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางกลต.นะครับซึ่งที่กลต.เนี่ยมีความสำคัญมากเลยนะครับเพราะว่าวันนั้นเนี่ยกลต.ได้จัดงาน Green Bond Boot Camp นะครับธกส.ก็มีโอกาสเข้าไปร่วมงานนี้นะครับและมีโอกาสได้ไปเจอกับทางสถานทูตอังกฤษนะครับซึ่งเราได้ทราบว่าสถานทูตอังกฤษประจำประเทศไทยเนี่ยก็มีโครงการอาเซียนโลคาร์บอนเอเนจีโปรแกรมนะครับซึ่งเราก็รับความช่วยเหลือจากทางสถานทูตอังกฤษในการเป็นสปอนเซอร์ให้นะครับสำหรับ external reviewer นะครับนอกจากนั้นแล้วเนี่ยทางสำนักงานบริหารหนี้สาธารณะนะครับหรือสบน.เนี่ยก็มีส่วนเป็นอย่างยิ่งนะครับในการช่วยเรานะครับในการที่เข้าไปคัดเลือกผู้จัดจำหน่ายนะครับและเนื่องจากพันธบัตร Green Bond ของเรานี่นะครับเราทำเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของป่าไม้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเรื่องของทางกระทรวงทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับทางสำนักงานพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจฐานรากหรือเบโดนะครับแล้วก็อป.กรมพัฒนาชุมชนนะครับตลอดจนองค์กรบริหารจัดการก๊าซเรือนกระจกเนี่ยซึ่งมีส่วนร่วมในการที่จะทำงานเรื่องป่าไม้ด้วยกันนะครับส่วนงานต่างๆเหล่านี้ก็ให้ความช่วยเหลือทางวิชาการก็ต้องถือโอกาสนี้ขอบคุณทางส่วนงานที่เกี่ยวข้องนะครับผมคิดว่าก้าวแรกของการออก Green Bond แล้วก็ประสบความสำเร็จในครั้งนี้นะครับเป็นตัวที่ตอบโจทย์อย่างดีว่าทุกภาคส่วนที่มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องนะครับไม่ใช่เฉพาะภาคเกษตรอย่างเดียวนะครับแต่ว่าเป็นนักลงทุนที่อยู่ในตลาดหลักทรัพย์ต่างๆเนี่ยก็มีความสนใจในการที่ลงทุนใน Green Bond นะครับนอกจากเรื่องของ Green Bond แล้วเนี่ยเราก็อยากจะออกเป็น Sustainable Bond นะครับเพราะว่าภารกิจของเราเนี่ยในการเข้าไปสร้างความเข้มแข็งให้กับชุมชนนะครับก็เป็นความท้าทายอันหนึ่งที่คิดว่าทุกภาคส่วนในสังคมเนี่ยก็น่าจะมีความสนใจที่อยากจะทำงานร่วมกันกับธกส.นะครับก็เป็นแนวโน้มในอนาคตนอกจาก Green Bond แล้วเนี่ยคิดว่าตลาดของ Sustainable Bond นะครับก็จะเป็นตลาดที่มีอนาคตครับก็อยากจะกราบเรียนว่าถึงแม้ว่าจะมีเฟรมเวิร์กนะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะมีเรื่องของมาตรฐานแล้วมีเงื่อนไขอื่นๆในการที่จะเป็นการออก Green Bond เนี่ยแต่ไม่ลืมบากกว่าแรงสำหรับพวกเรานะครับที่เป็นสถาบันการเงินที่จะออก Green Bond นะครับขอเชิญชวนครับ
All right, teams, all our judges are ready now. Please take your seat. Welcome back from the break. All right, and yes, maybe you have already filled yourself with favorite beverage and snacks already, so you are ready now, right? All right, today we have 7 teams with us in the pitching round, and so we have already seen 6 teams. So next will be 11 teams more. Then, yeah. Team number 7 is ready now, and please welcome Rix here onto the stage.
Okay. Hi, so thank you. We are Team Risk here, and today I'd like to tell a simple story. Okay, it first started when I took a trip up north, up country with my friends. And we were driving, and suddenly, in front of us was a road that was blocked by flooding. To the left was a forest. To the right was a forest. Where would I go? So I looked at my Google Maps and found out, oh my God, it's not showing me anything, blank. So we were all really stressed out, and we had to call our hotel, and they had to reroute us. So I was thinking, okay, why isn't there anything like this at all? I went back home and asked everyone I knew about this problem. Hey, do you have a problem about flooding and road and traffic? They were like, yeah, I can't go home, I can't go to work during flood, I can't reach anywhere during flooding. Oh, okay, so risk here is well, we'd like to add a feature on this navigation system, which is dedicated to flood. And it will tell you where the flood actually is. In addition, it can save time, reduce traffic, and also stress. In addition, many government bodies are trying to solve the problem of traffic and flooding. So it's a really common problem. So our solution would have all that. So we combine all the data from, for example, social media, flood data, and traffic data all into one place. It's very easy to use. So of course, the impact is very high because everyone is a road user. From the normal driver, Grab drivers, taxi drivers, logistics companies, and even governments who want to analyze traffic data about flood. So it's easy, it's convenient, the technology is here. Let's make an impact with Risk Here. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you. Now it's time for Q&A.
So what have you worked on during this hackathon? And I'm sure you thought about Waze and all the other platforms that already existed. Have you done your research, and what have you came up in terms of improving this idea?
Okay, so for the hackathon, it was just at the ideation stage where, okay, we have found the problem, but we also explored what other countries had so far. And so basically, many countries are working on this. So for example, Philippines and Indonesia, where they use social media, especially Twitter. And also, Google does not actually have this feature yet. So we were thinking, yeah, it would be really great, really useful, and real time. You know, instead of like getting flood data, normal people don't know where to get the flood data from. So yeah, it's feasible. It's actually very feasible and doable.
Adding on to what my colleague here said, what we came here is an idea, but what we don't know is two main things, and that's what we came here for advice on. First was the actual technological feasibility. We have our friend here who actually works with floods, and she works with data. What we don't know is whether this can all be integrated. That's why we came here to seek an expert, and we did find him. Another thing that we wanted to find out is our revenue source. We had different revenue ideas, but we weren't sure which would be validated. That's why we also came here to seek for validation on which would most likely work and channels to go forward to.
All right, questions from me. So one question is, the first question is like, did you plan to add these applications to the Google platform, or you plan to have more news platform? And second question is, how's the accuracy of the information data, which the warning system is like flooding, you may not know before like 24 hours, for example. So how's it accurate? How's it active in that platform? Yeah.
So the first question is the platform. So initially, we wanted to make something for every road user. So it was at the beginning for a feature for Google's Maps. But then we would like to expand it to maybe other sectors, such as the media sector, where they want to know like in real time where the flood is, or logistics, etc. So they can plan in advance. So there's two stages for flood, really, like before, predictive, and real time. So yeah, we try to have many different stages of accuracy. So the accuracy would depend on the data that we get.
So I'd like to go back to the question about the business model. It isn't clear to me yet, and so if you could help me understand who your customer would be.
Yes. Right now, what we are on, this is actually a work in progress. What we would like to sell first is our phase 1, and that starts in Bangkok. So our main customer here would be BMA, the Bangkok authority itself. Because right now, Bangkok has its own goal of reducing traffic congestion, especially during floods. And it has been working on it for several years. We are adding on to this as another method to combat this occurring problem.
Yes. Thank you for presentation, and the idea is very interesting, particularly with when you talk about you want to get the real-time data, right? And that would be very interesting to know that where are the source of those real-time data that you think that you can utilize and then overlay with your Google platform. Secondly, what is the impact of this project to the climate change?
Okay, so usually for flood, we use real-time data from TMD, the Thai Meteorological Department, about rainfall data. They would collect that every hour. And of course, predictive models like warnings from the satellite, that is actually very real-time. And secondly, the impact. So the climate impact would be, well, it's a way to be resilient and adapt to climate change. So right now, flooding is a problem, an annoying problem, but in the future, it's like an extreme event. So it's a small way that we can, live with that. And I think that's our impact for climate change. Thank you.
Jess, do you have any more questions? Maybe not. All right, so that was all for Q&A. Thank you very much, Rick, here for your presentation, the flood monitoring platform. Up next will be team number 8. Please welcome Sustaina.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Calvin, and this is Amita. Nice. Thailand is in trouble. Every year, we are feeling the effects of climate change worse and worse, and the future doesn't look so bright unless we have something to do about it. Let's look at Kun Sarit, for example. He's a rice farmer. He has a family to take care of, and he wants to diversify his farm in 3 to 5 years. But right now, he's struggling to pay back his debts. He's struggling to break even on his contract. And worse yet, this year, the droughts have destroyed half of his rice crops. So we see that in agriculture, especially in Thailand, we have a problem, 3 main problems. Firstly, we have very low yields and productivity across the board for these capital investments, for machinery, for equipment that they use, and that's one thing we are trying to solve. Second is there is a general lack of information. These farmers don't really know if next year the market will be suitable for their crop, whether or not the droughts or floods will affect their livelihood. And there's also a lot of biotechnology improvements and engineering improvements that they are not aware of.
Although they also, private company, they're also looking for the field assessments or the site for the project locations such as the renewable energy projects.
So what we have at Sustaina have built is a tool for farm planning, allowing farmers to have a better understanding of what is happening with their land and to maximize the revenue they can generate. So this is supported by using market data and suppliers in the industry. This is also accompanied with an on-site survey to make sure that what their land is being used for is best suited for their plan. Let's have a look at the product. So we mocked up this demo for Kun Sarit. Here's these 4 rice plots. And we at Sustaina can see that, okay, at this rice field, we can see that there is general good productivity, but spots that aren't doing so well. We're using satellite to estimate their current crop health. As well, we can also see environmental data and other crop data suggestions that they can take on. We can also see elevation, and we can see it on aggregate scale, on a nationwide level, what land is suitable for what purpose, and to help these people and industries to make better decisions for their farms. We also want to make sure their income and their reporting, it makes sense for them. We're using these 4 data sources, and we want to generate analytics, recommendations, and reports for them.
Thank you, Sustaina. That's time for pitching. Yeah, and next will be time for Q&A.
Could you clarify the problem that you're solving?
So the problem we're trying to solve is the general lack of information, the low productivity, and the disconnect from the intermediaries in the industry, such as banks, traders, and machinery companies. They don't have the connection with the farmer directly on how they're managing their land.
And on top of that is like for the private sector company, they also don't have available data on the like each land is be able that they can rent out for their projects or like any empty land that like the farmer didn't use it. So we're trying to fill the gap that we are to have this kind of database in our system.
Well, yeah, I'm quite clear about your tools. There's a lot of the database in it for the farmer. But the question is, how the farmer analyze that data, and also how the farmer interpret the data to be the action.
So part of what we wanted to do for entry to market was to have these pilot farms, because farmers learn best from what's physically like in their space. So to have these training programs for local ambassadors to support the farmers on, okay, this is what worked for your neighbors, this should work for you too. So using these face-to-face interactions work best.
So I'm sure throughout the hackathon, you've looked at a few of the existing tools like, you know, Recult and whatever, and there's a whole bunch. Like, there's no shortage of farm management tools. I guess, where do you see the gap that still exists in the market, and how are you trying to improve on that or do something different from what exists?
So the difference is, instead of focusing on just the farmer is a source of information for the other people, other stakeholders in the industry. So when we're actually solving a problem for, let's say, the solar energy company, trying to figure out where they're going to put their next farm, and they see that, okay, this area is very well suited, and maybe it's not a good idea to plant, let's say, sugarcane because it consumes too much water. So they would be able to contact these farmers, say that, hey, instead of planting something that might not generate as much money, bring in our solar cells. It will give you more revenue in the long term.
Some more questions? Yes.
So who'd be paying for your services? Who would pay for your services?
So our revenue stream is actually coming from the software as a service and API to these intermediaries in the industry. So people who would be interested to see what is happening in agriculture at this moment. Because right now, we don't want farmers to pay. They're already very price sensitive. So we actually want to support them by giving them these free site assessments and allowing other people to make predictions and forecasts based on that. So our services are actually people in the supply, downstream in the supply chain.
Well, if so, then who else are your partners into this business model? Because I think this involved with several in both private sector and also the government sector. So you plan for this, and then how would you negotiate with those partners?
So the question is, how do we partner with other organizations to help this solution succeed? There'll be a combination of working with government, of course, for the regional planning, for water resource management, as well as with individual companies who sell these products directly. Mostly, our assumption is that these companies are interested in readily available information. So we're going to go negotiate based on these terms. Of course, we need to partner with other crop science organizations and perhaps automation for drone and surveying, for example.
All right, maybe that's it. Thank you so very much, Sustina, for your presentation. Thank you for the farm management platform that you have created. And next will be our halfway, team number 9. Please welcome Angtek.
Greetings, my name is Dennis. So here's the problem that we want to solve. You can see how bad is situation in Bangkok right now, today. So actually, Bangkok numbers 3 worst pollution situation in the world. We have committed ourselves to introduce the technology in the electric transport in order to reduce the carbon emission on the planet by 50% by 2040. I'm glad to welcome you and present the ANC technology for the first time in the public. So our challenges, what's something wrong with presentation? Can you make it clear? So what's the problem with electric cars right now? Limited distance of electric car ride, poor development in charging station network. The global infrastructure needs $6 trillion for investments, and long time needed. Also high cost of electric cars. Our solutions, electric car with ANC technology offers trips 2,000 plus kilometers long on a single full charge. And also we can reduce the number of charging stations by 90%. ANC Tech also save time and money, and the electric car more available for the customers. It's innovation wheels with ANC Tech mechanism, which you simply install in your electric car and at your disposal 2,000 plus kilometers of the drive. This work based on mechanical. It's work based on the new property of the interaction of the magnetic fields of the permanent magnets. It's a completely mechanical device. So 7 years of research and more than 700 experiments lead to develop of the working prototype. And all this confirmed by 2 automotive universities from Europe. Our business model is selling license for car producers. Also, we can sell the ANC wheel for the consumers. So the growing of amount of car only in Thailand, like more than 1 million each year. So if you sell only license for the new cars, in the next 20 years, it will bring revenue of $480 billion USD. Electric transport with ANC technology will cost less than without, because we can reduce the size and of course the cost of the battery is the main cost in electric car. Actually, we doesn't have any direct competitors. Our next step to produce MVP and start selling license. Here's our international team, and choose the future today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ANC Tech, for your presentation. Any questions?
What exactly is the technology?
So it's a new technology. We spent 7 years. It's use of magnet and a magnetic field. So we have working prototype, and we can show you how it's work. It's totally new. We create something different.
Sorry, it's, the product is the energy storage or battery or what kind of like energy resources technologies? That's what I think I'm not clear yet.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's a totally mechanical device, and we use in magnetic fields and using a magnet to recuperate and add more energy to the wheels.
Can you show the slide with the car again?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you still need the battery storage, right?
Yeah, we need, but we can reduce it up to 90%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no plug-in
No. There's no like any electric connection. So we use only like 10% from battery, and 90% we'll have from our magnets device.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
So patents granted worldwide.
In process, yeah.
And since all I mean, maybe Europe, US, China, largest EV market. How have you been successful, or what are some of the conversations you're having with the automakers that you're trying to license this to? Because we're just starting with our EV government policy. It's very nascent. The market's super small. It just seems like your market's in US, Europe, and China.
Yeah, to be honest, we can use our technology in any car, not only electric.
Okay.
Also, we can use this technology in renewable green energy, like in a wind generator, whatever. But about your question, to be honest, we're trying to reach the car manufacturers, but for now, we're looking for a partner, because 7 years we was self-funded. So our next step to produce this MVP, after we will put it on a car and drive 2,000 kilometers, we don't need to find the customers or partners or to worry about any sales.
Okay.
One more quick question. You think how long this technology gonna be commercialized?
Actually, if you remember, we're talking about 480 billion of revenue. So some of this money we will use for R&D. So our technology we can use in airplanes, in ships, in other direction. So I think for a long time. Thank you.
Okay, my follow-on question. I mean, the technology sounds simple. Why hasn't anyone else, thought about this?
It's a great question. We have same.
And and why do you think it's viable?
It's something different from the physics that we know now, and the problem, our direction of last 100 years was with normal engines, yeah. But 100 years ago we have electric cars, but for some reason we go for the using the gas and diesels and coal with the energy. But maybe it's now time to have other resources and other technologies that we can.
What are some of the barriers that you can foresee? Because I'm sure that you have to think about that as well. And how do you plan to kind of overcome that?
Yeah, now the main barrier for a lot of our potential investments or investors or partners, this technology sounds fantastic. Yeah, that's true, but we open to share information and show the prototype, and we can prove the technology works. So let's do it. So it's a most huge barrier for now, because we don't have technology like that before. It's something totally new.
All right, and that is all for our Q&A session. Thank you so much, Angtek, for your presentation for the zero carbon dioxide emission technology for vehicles. And then next will be team number 10. Ali, you are next.
I'm Bas Paramin. I'm CEO of Ali. Let me start with the question first. Because we're in a climate change session, right? How many of you have bring an empty gallon to fill up for your liquid soap at the refill station around Bangkok? Please raise your hand. It's very few, right? Okay. Because of that, so it's such a shame that we all want to have an eco-friendly behavior, right? But there's some pain point that we cannot get across it. So we all estimate to produce more than 40 million bottles a year. And that sadly is very unrealistic numbers because it's more than that. So as an entrepreneur that been running sustainable business for 5 years and a firm believer in sustainability. So it's my responsibility to think about how I can deliver natural and organic products that I produce to our customers. So one day after driving a car, waiting for a purchase order from online, I just came up with the idea that why I just don't bring a refuel station to your house, to your places in Bangkok. And it's very simple. I've been running this for a month now. You just go and check on our website or Facebook or Instagram. We're gonna tell you where we go. We now have 4 routes around Bangkok, and they are all in residential area. Then you book your appointment on the day and pay the money, choose the product, pay the money, and then we go to your house. And it's making more sense now after the COVID hit, because our behavior changed. Home delivery seem to be easy now, seem to be normal, right? After visiting many customers, they all said that it's really nice service because you make me a better person by not buying a lot of plastic bottle and leave it as a rubbish at my place. So, and thanks for these oppositions that bring the environmental issues up. It's created a trend in the market. And for now, we've been reducing 187 bottles already, and we create 38 new customers, and they all never experienced refill delivery before. They are all new customers. So it means that we bring new customer into the sustainability community. So for the next phase, we're going to expand it across the country, especially in urban areas. And then we're going to do your carbon image reduction is the carbon credit that you can trade for the products or our service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali.
Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about your market analysis. What do you see the potential, and how what's your analysis shows?
It gives us a very clear that there is a big market over there, because just only 4 days, we operate 4 days, only on Saturday, and we create 60,000 baht already by doing this for just 4 days. And then most of our customers saying that they're gonna ask their friend to come to use the service as well. So the market is waiting out there, just to have. To us, the key challenges are the rapid penetration to the market, because the faster that we can get into the market, the kind of stronger customer base that we have, and the other challenge is the behavior change in our customers. We can let them see that this is a very easy way to save the planet. It's possible. And imagine that if I bring a refill delivery to a condominium, just one condominium that consists of 300 units, and it's going to bring a lot of customers from there as well. It has to answer the question.
One question: what's your communication plan? Because I think this kind of thing also involve behavior change, and also not only that you change in one time, you have to continuously change their behavior for good, right? And
right.
Then, how would you ensure that it's gonna create continued kind of a behavior change? Yeah.
Okay. We try to engage, I would say, kind of regular people to, because it's quite easy. You just call or book the time slot, and then we bring the products to your doorstep. So we try to kind of, show them if they buy our service, how could they help the world? So for example, if you buy 100, for example, 10 liters of liquid soap a year, so that equal to 120 bottles a year, so that could turn to be your carbon credit, and then you can trade it for the product or service. And then for the communication plan, we now on A Day Bulletin, which is famous online magazine, and we have the Clown, because or A Day or others medias, big medias that come to approach us, and because they see that this is very interesting business model.
Yes, I'm very interested in this presentation. When you talk about the carbon credit that you want to exchange, right? You change from whatever you collect, or customer collect, and then they change into the cost of coupon. But
right.
In your future plan, you plan to expand your business into many places, and of course, this business will be running by transportation. So carbon credit, we as a transportation that you do the carbon emission, what do you think about this?
Okay, so we have collect the data on this. We compare how many plastic that we can reduce with the carbon emission that create from a car. And our next step, I think that we can collaborate with the EV vehicle company. For example, actually there is a company in I think in Philippines that collaborate. It's called Swag EV, and we can collaborate with them, and then use those vehicles as a car to bring our products to our customer places, and that would even more better for the planet.
Any more questions? All right, maybe no, then yes, thank you so much, Ellie, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your body care refill station, very interesting. And then, next team, please proceed to the stage. Sabian.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're from the Sapien, and we're doing algae building, a self-sufficient building. And so what are the main problems of today's world? High carbon emissions and wastewater. But the solution to this would be as simple as planting trees. But we all know that nobody would want to use a valuable space in the economical world to build a green space. That's not possible. So I propose you to grow microalgae inside the tube around the vertical space of the building. So this has actually been done in Germany. And the microalgae itself absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen, and it grows on wastewater. And the byproduct of this is the biomass. And one of the key features is that it absorbs heat as well. So inside the building, including this building, 50% of the electric bills are spent on air conditioning alone. So by using algae to absorb heat could save up to 50% of the air conditioning bills. And the algae, why algae instead of other alternative source? Microalgae itself is able to break even within 1 year. And as the ROI, me and my team did a simple calculation, and it has proven that within a year, it's possible. And the potential customers for this is large buildings. Assuming we're doing 10% of the large buildings in Bangkok, that is at least 281 buildings. And the market size is 10 million baht with 10% of the building. And the revenues for this is the cost structure, maintenance, and the byproduct. And what do I mean by byproduct? So the algae is able to turn into biomass, and biomass is able to turn into biofuel, which, assuming we're doing 10 stories buildings, that is 20 gallons of biofuel per year. And I know this might sound like a hard solution for the world that we live in. Everything is about money. But I mean, the bottom line for this is that we all gotta breathe. So I would like you to think about the future and create the future that we want. And as like my team, Sapiens, we believe that humans have one of specialties. We're able to predict the future by creating one. Thank you. And this is our team.
Thank you, Savian. Questions and answer with the judges.
I think it's interesting to create a green curtain around a building.
Yes.
What happens in the 6th year?
So the life.
Sorry, could you please like just explain your questions a little bit, like what happened?
So the lifespan of the algae is pretty quick. So the construction, the installation itself is able to be, it has proven in the countries that it's remaining at least 10 years. But the algae itself, lifespan is about 1 month, which because it's fast grow, so it's able to be produced into biofuel. So the faster the algae dies, the more biofuel it's able to produce.
So the external curtain in tubes is a production process. It's producing biomass every day?
Correct, yes.
And that biomass is being harvested?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So what are the pros and cons between, you know, a facade? Like, I saw the chart, but obviously I have not heard of it yet, but correct me if I'm wrong. And then there's, you know, let's green wrap it, let's wrap it with a, you know, metal sheet. There's a lot of options to get the same kind of, you know, energy efficiency reduction, but why do we have to pick this one?
So if we actually go back to the slides that we make a comparisons.
I mean, you know, like we can grow other things, right? Besides algae, why don't we grow cannabis?
Okay, that's interesting suggestions. So first of all, from the research, the algae has shown that it has similar effects as a tree, but 100% more effective in terms of just collecting carbon dioxide and reduce like oxygens. And in terms of why we selecting algae as a source compared to solar cells, like yes, the life expectancy is like around 15 years, but the recycle cost is super expensive. But for algae, like in the beginning, you can use it from, you know, its life cycle until the end of the products, which is resolved in biofuels. So you can still use that and turn it to oil. So it's like whole process recycling. Yeah, so it's good for the environment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, another quick one. So, you know, it's going to be hard to start with like an epic building, like in the spirit of a hackathon. After this event, what would you need to do next to validate this idea so that larger developer would say, like, we want to give it a go?
So after this hackathon, we were kind of planning that we actually want to implement this by just starting our small experiments within the rooms itself. It's just like a fish pond or stuff like that. Compare with this algae,
and without algae, and we can measure the temperatures. If the temperatures is actually lower, then that's like sort of a validate our basic concepts of this.
Sure. My suggestion, try it at your home, and then if you
Yeah.
know, really believe in it.
We're really gonna do it.
All right, bring it on.
We're really gonna do it, and we'll come back.
Okay. Can you introduce yourself? You know, all three of you. I think none of you is a scientist, right?
Yes, I'm Bang. I'm a third-year student at Ascension University. My major is accounting. Yes.
And I do product design, but I did about a year in chemical engineering. Yeah, and plus my father, he is an architect, and my mom also. So they know basic design, and I discussed with them, and they told me that it could happen. It just needs expertise, and that's why we came here to ask for the expertise.
So for myself, I did a little bit of international business backgrounds. Obviously, I think you will have a lot of questions like why do we decided to do this kind of difficult projects? We don't even have backgrounds in it. But the reason that we decided to do this is because mainly it's something new. It's not really like a world like innovative solution because other countries already do it. But we just think that Thailand would be a suitable place to really start this, like first sustainable building. And one of the reasons that we decided to do this is because her family background is architects. So our go-to-market strategy will go through architects firms just to target existing building and also in terms of new building. And we know that in Thailand, I think 2022, there will be a green building tax. So I think that would be some appealing point for us to actually introduce this building to existing building system. Yeah.
Can I add one more thing? So one of the reasons why the building didn't work in other places is that because the temperature, in the winter, the temperature drops, and the algae likes heat and humidity. So Thailand is actually one of the best country to try this thing.
Interesting ideas and it's not the questions, but you said that you want to next step you want to do some experiments, and one more thing at my background on chemical engineering as well. So one more thing that you need concerns that pollutions in Bangkok. Did this any impact or effect of the algae?
Obviously, like it's 100% impact because the algae produces oxygen and it takes carbon dioxide directly. And as the research has shown, most of the oxygen are produced from seaweed, like in the world right now. And a lot of research has proven that algae is one of the solutions to save the world with its fast and easy production of oxygen. Yeah.
Right, but I mean that the pollutions in Bangkok is not only carbon dioxide. So they have some like nitrogen dioxide, like NOx and SOx, which might make the shorter lifespan of the algae that you are expected. So need to be considered on your experiments.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess that was all for the questions. Thank you so much, Sabian, for your presentation. Thank you for your algae building initiative, not the cannabis building. Thank you. All right, and next will be our number 12 team. Please welcome Sarata on the stage.
Do we just start? Okay, cool. Hi, hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Bom, and this is B. We're from Team Sarata, and we're here to present to you an idea we came up during this hackathon, which is called Buffer Free, which is a produce and ingredients management platform, or PIMP for short. I don't think they get that. Okay, all right, that's okay. So, Bangkok is known as the food capital of the world. I feel like maybe I'm a little biased. I'm from here, I was born here. And that's probably because we have great food ingredients, but also great food entrepreneurs. But most of the time, when we think about becoming food entrepreneurs, we don't think about contributing to 27 million tons of organic food waste. This food waste does not include plastics that go into the landfill, but a lot of this number is organic food waste that goes into landfill. In the kitchen, if we take a step back, from our research, we saw that up to 5% of operating costs goes into the ingredients that go to waste. What that looks like overall is about up to 9 billion baht in losses every year from restaurants all over Thailand. Over the past 36 hours, we talked to a lot of people, from street vendors to restaurants to POS vendors, and we kind of try to understand who our users are in terms of using ingredients wisely. We saw that street vendors, they buy a fixed amount of ingredients and use it all up. The big vendors or the big restaurants, they have a very automated system, leverage big data and all that. So we would like to focus on the kind of the middle-sized restaurants, or people who don't really have the resources, like the time to check their stocks every night, and then go buy the stocks every morning. And they do not, they do not have the personnel to help interpret the data in a way that helps them manage the ingredients better. And so we'd like to start with the ingredients in the kitchen, and B will now talk about our solution.
Yeah, so our Buffer Free will provide a waste-centric back of the house management system. What it helps is the restaurant to who do we help is the restaurant that newly established, or the cloud kitchen even, or the delivery that would like to lower their stock overstocking. So we're trying to calculate exactly the stock should be by estimating how much that they need to use per dish. And also we will fill the stock for the owner to have more focusing on the front side of their business. So we would like to see, go into how big we can grow. We'll see that 35%. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarata. Now it's time for question and answer.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it start off, it's very good and interesting. Maybe because of the time limitation, what exactly your product?
Our product is the platform for the, if you know, it's a POS. They already have the POS in the restaurant platform, but we want to improve the POS system, including the distribute the ingredients to the restaurant. And we want to reduce the stock amount, which is nowadays is overstocking, and that will lead to the waste of the food in the stock, because normally the owner will just throw it away if it's not as good as it should be in the dish.
Sorry, I still cannot get a sense of how can you anticipate and how can you manage, these stocks? Because as a restaurant, manager, they need to they need to project, right? How much they should buy for which product. We produce, and and how would your solution will help them lower the waste? Yeah.
If I may, as I understand it from talking to a POS vendor, restaurants right now currently check their stocks at the end of the day. They would spend an hour and a half, or 2 hours to check the stocks. They would match it with the baseline stock that they would like to have every morning. And then they would go to the markets in the morning to kind of put their stock level back up. The very first version, I think, of this would be us kind of helping them to save time on this, because current POS systems that are out there has this function. They're able to connect, like, let's say you cook 10 pad kapao, you will need this much ingredients. They have that function, but the people who are at the back of the kitchen are not using it because it's too time consuming. So the very first step we would like to do is actually help restaurants understand their ingredients use a little bit more and save their time on the stocking. And hopefully over time, I think we can understand, like, this is how much you need. Maybe on Fridays is a little different. So it's not a baseline stock that they go and stock up every morning. That doesn't really change. I think that's why we're starting to play, like, saving the business some time. So yeah, being user-friendly, saving the business some time first, and then we can hopefully build up a big database that maybe big restaurant chains can have to help manage the resources better.
And who would pay for this service? Who would your customer be, and how would you build them?
Our customer will be the mid to large size restaurant, and the restaurant owner will pay as a fee from the food waste cost that we can reduce. For example, if we can reduce like 10,000 per month, we would like to get like 1,000. So.
So who are the POS operators that you've talked to? And as far as I understand, you mentioned that some of these tools existed. What I was hearing is like you're almost acting like a consultancy, but it seems like you want to build something, but something already exists. So can you walk us through what are some of your next steps?
I think a consultancy makes sense. We do want to build something, because if we are just a consultancy, I don't think it scales very well. I think the part that we would, I guess you would call it like an intervention point where we would like to go in is to help them with these things as a consultancy, and then hopefully get our own, kind of build our own platform. I think the numbers that we have are for at least our potential market are people who will become new food entrepreneurs. So we're not trying to switch existing ones yet. And sorry, your question about the POS systems was?
Yeah, because there's all these different vendors, OSHA or Nai Food Story.
Yeah.
Like, have you talked to them to the point where, like, do they have this feature already? Or, how are you going to plug in with them? Would they actually allow you to access those data?
Great question. I think we'll take and ask the vendors. We talked to one as like kind of research type yesterday, and so that's what we understand, that there's the capability, but not the human touch to help the restaurants work those capabilities right now.
Gotcha.
Can you briefly introduce your team, and who's doing what in your team?
Yep. So I am an electrical engineer. So I have a background in the renewable energy. So my passion also in climate change. So I'm also like a data analyst as well. So, yeah.
Right. I'm Boy. I'm a UX designer, and actually I'm a background in architecture and as well as the project management for architecture. So kind of this about understanding about human behavior and human experience in using the service.
Hi, I'm Paricha Duangtuisab. Nickname is Bomb, and I have a background in chemical engineering and product design strategy, and I'm helping to do strategy here.
Hi, I'm Piyanat Nitiwarashai, B. I have background in architect, but I'm now focusing on product development. And my family actually owned a restaurant as well, so I know the operation system in the restaurant. That's why we come up with this idea.
All right, and that was all for our Q&A session. Thank you so much. Sarada, for your presentation on the produce and ingredients management platform. All right, now again, yeah, we would like to give you some more time for a little time for having a meal, a little snacks and drinks. Yeah, and we will get back here again within the next 10 minutes. Yeah, we can keep it short because after the next 5 team pitching, you will have another 15 minutes break. Okay, and I will see you here again soon.
ที่นี่ ที่นี่ True Digital Park ที่นี่คือ Startup Community ที่นี่เขาทำงานกันสุดขนาดไหน สุดกัน 7 วัน ที่นี่ทำงานกันจริงๆนะ ที่นี่เขาทำงานกันทุกที่ นั่งทำ นอนทำ เดินทำ เต้นทำ ตีลังกา ทำได้ทุกที่จริงๆที่นี่ ที่นี่เขาก็สุดเรื่องอีเวนต์ นอกจากที่ทำงานแล้ว ที่นี่มีอีเวนต์ที่น่าสนใจ ที่นี่สุด เขาทำงานกันสุด เขาเล่นกันสุด ทำงานสุด เขาเล่นกันสุด ทำงานสุด แทงพูสุด โปรแกรมสุด โยคะสุด สุด ที่นี่นอกจากชาวไทย ชาวต่างชาติก็มาสุดกับเราได้ แบบง่ายๆ ไม่ว่ามองไปทางซ้าย ขวา หน้า หรือแม้แต่สมาร์ทวีซ่าจะเป็นเรื่องง่ายๆ อยู่ทำงานได้ 6 เดือน สุดจริงๆ ว้าว ที่นี่มีบันไดแก้ว แล้วมีรองเท้าแก้วด้วย นั่นรุ่นใหญ่ โอกาสใหญ่ๆ ที่จะทำให้เราขยายธุรกิจให้ใหญ่ขึ้น VC Clinic Program แล้วก็จัดให้ ผมนี่แหละที่ทำให้พวกเขามาเจอกัน แล้วยังมีที่ล้ำๆอีกตรงนู้น ตรงนี้ ตรงนั้น ลองมองภาพกว้างๆของที่นี่ดูสิ กว้างกว่านี้อีก เห็นไหมว่าทุกอย่างสามารถเกิดขึ้นได้ที่นี่ One roof, all possibilities.
No face information added.
This is an artwork by Picasso. And this? Any guess? Sadly, it's not an art. It's a map of the oil spill disaster, the largest oil spill accident in 2010 in Gulf of Mexico. And this is what happened. The best way to clean up oil spill is to use solvent materials. The oil solvent must be light, with high absorption capacity, oil selective, and can be recycled. Lightness is important because oil floats on the water surface. For high absorption capacity, the solvent must possess a large surface area to increase the interface contact with oil. It must be porous for more volume of oil absorption. Thirdly, to be oil selective, the material must be hydrophobic, which means it doesn't like water. Water is a polar molecule, so the surface of the solvent must be non-polar to repel water and welcome only non-polar solvent such as oil. And finally, recycling ability is very important. Common oil solvent is tissue paper or a catering sponge. Tissue paper is light, but it can't be reused. A catering sponge is not oil selective. It absorbs both oil and water. In our lab, we have developed a carbon nano sponge, a sponge made of carbon nanofibers here, which is very light. The absorption capacity is very high. The nanofiber structure provides very large surface area and porosity, so it can absorb oil more than 100 times of its own weight. It's also highly oil selective. The carbon surface is non-polar, making it super hydrophobic, which means it doesn't wet water at all. It only absorbs oil. After oil absorption, we can recycle it by squeezing the oil out or by burning the oil. And then reuse it again. I'm sorry.
ที่นี่
Okay, now it's time that you have been waiting for so long. The time for the pitching. 5 teams are ready now. Judges, please stay at your seat and all the gates. Please enter the auditorium. Thank you. Welcome back again. Hope you have enjoyed your snack and drinks. And yes, we are now waiting for a little guest here to be back. And then our team, the next team will start their pitching. Okay, we have 5 teams left. And the first team here is ready. Please welcome Hybrid Aerator.
Hello, fellow climate hackers. We are Hybrid Aerators, and we are here to help you stop wasting money on wastewater. First off, water is life. We drink, we shower, but many of us would like to overlook wastewater like that. Especially wastewater treatment. It's the hidden infrastructure of all civilizations. 7.4 billion people around the world, including me, produce wastewater every day. The problem is, a lot of money is spent on just the aeration process alone. Aeration is when we put air into the water to let the bacteria do its work. And it is expensive because 90% of the cost is invisible. A lot of that is just energy. In Thailand, that amount equates to 40 billion baht just in Thailand alone. And who's spending that much money? They are. 55,000 entities around Thailand have some sort of wastewater treatment. Fortunately, we have a patent-pending invention, the hybrid aerator. It's basically a fan that mixes wastewater and air together. But if we do it our way, we can reduce the energy consumption by 50% compared to conventional means. If we replace every water treatment plant with our invention, we can save 4.8 terawatt hours of energy every year. And that translates to 2.7 megatons of carbon dioxide every year. How much is that? It's 1% of Thailand's carbon emissions every year from all sectors. 1%. We can even go higher if we consider the global scale. If you're not interested, excited, I'm excited. We are an experienced bunch. We already install the aerators in paper mills, in processors, in seafood plants. We already won awards from 2015 onwards. And most importantly, DAPA already invested in our project, in the Thailand Smart City project. We promised to put our aerators in 100 smart cities within 5 years. Our business model is B2B and B2G. We can sell, we can rent, we can profit share with our customers in any way they want, according to their needs. from our projections, we are expected to generate $80 million in revenue in the next 5 years. And after that, the IPO. And after that, we will expand global. Here's our team. The inventor is right there. The technical guy is right there. And I'm the scientist intern. All in all, we do not really sell the aerators, the machines. We really sell the energy savings. So let us stop wasting money on wastewater treatment. We are hybrid aerators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Time for some questions.
Hi, nice to see you again. So it seems like you're commercialized, and this is a kind of a hackathon to build something new and to create a new innovation, new solution. I guess my question is, what were you coming to this hackathon for, and what have you done during the program?
Yes, we have our next steps of our project. The next step is to make this process completely renewable. Like we want to be off-grid so we can install our machine anywhere in Thailand. That's our next steps, and we spent the previous day and today like discussing the process and the logistics. And the next step is to make our process 0% like liquid discharge, like no liquid waste from our process. So there's new things to be done, and a lot of optimism is waiting for us.
To additional to answer to your question is, we have been work on ground for about 5 years. We got a proven record, and this time is the time for transform. Hackathon is not limited just only the new idea. The new idea for this is climate change hackathon. We would like to transform our technology from this region into other regions of the world. And by the way, you see the difference of Asia. This is my time to transform from my generation to new generation. That's it, what we are here for hackathon.
And also, like he came in with the invention as a water treatment, like procedure and invention. Yesterday we discussed how it could be a climate solution and discussed about the 50% reduction in energy, which translates to that like carbon dioxide reductions.
So how do you earn revenues? I understand that you're selling energy reduction. How do you earn revenue?
The revenue stream is an optional to customer. To invest, they can sell it. They can buy it. We sell it, they buy it. Our revenue by selling that one. Also, the revenue is came from for rental, because nowadays as what you call the economy problem. So the people trying to, if you ask them to saving energy, saving the world, they said, oh, I don't have the funding. Our saving, they can pay themselves. So we can rent and share saving. I mean, how much whatever they save, they can share, they can keep it. That's the revenue stream. And by the way, that is for the private sector. We also work closely for a government sector, which is most of the funding we're going to provide by government, which is the key word of smart environment and smart energy for the smart city.
So 5 years in, can you share some tractions, like who are some of the largest companies that have signed contract and pilot? What are some of the stats of the savings, revenue, and number of sites deployed?
Yep, we work very closely with which was for the pulp and paper industry, right? The seafood processing, and also for the government building. And because of COVID of time, this year, our revenue is go down, but it's still very, as long as this is on the end of the year yet, we expect next month, because we work closely with the government. So the government, they have specifically scheduled for budgetary, right? So that we expect to see some like $1 million revenue before end of this year.
Any more questions from the judges?
Perhaps you can elaborate more about the climate connection. You know, how would this technology would do differently, you know, than conventional systems?
Okay, get back to the visual design. Yeah, we are differently. We are quite proportional. How much energy used, how much energy saved is proportional. You save half, it means the emission of the carbon dioxide is going to be by half. And compared to other people, we are having a doubling of the transfer efficiency, so are better, about 2 times better than other people in this country, in this industry.
Yeah, so basically, like right now, most of the wastewater treatment plants use non-renewable energy. So the more they use, the more carbon emissions happens. So by reducing energy usage by half, then we can reduce the carbon dioxide emissions by half also. And we just calculated 2.7 megatons CO2 for each year by 2020 statistics.
Maybe that's all. Okay, thank you very much. Hybrid aerator for the presentation on your energy-saving wastewater treatment solution. Up next will be the niche witches.
Everyone, I'm Greg with the New York team, and the solution that we are proposing is called Flood Market. Does anyone here have a favorite street vendor? Anyone? You guys go to street food? Okay, lots of other people do. Anyway, my 2 teammates are from Bangkok, and they were determined that we try to come up with a solution to help street vendors here adapt to urban flooding here, which is getting increasingly bad. These 3 factors at the top: climate change, urbanization, congestion. These 3 factors especially, but other things are helping to make urban flooding a more persistent problem here. But it's not just here. There's a large number of cities around low-lying cities around the world where this is a really big problem and is going to become worse. Now, in Bangkok, retail is a big driver of business and that for the country. And it turns out that almost half of the retail sector here is, can be considered transient commerce, or can be termed from street vendors, from small businesses. Now, Bangkok is low-lying. It's totally prone to flooding, and this ends up causing a big drop in revenue for street vendors who, need the money, of course. And so how can we help? We saw the problem was easy, but how can we help them? We saw that there really wasn't being much done by the city or anyone else to try to help this community and these people. And those affected disproportionately are the poor and working class. Now another threat, a newer threat as well, is that there are now a proliferation of internet delivery options for food. And for good reason, so many consumers are choosing these. So they really need something to help, keep them from, I guess, the margin, economic margin. Now, one aspect of street vendors is that they're mobile. Now, this is actually, it turns out to create an opportunity. So we created a web application that we're going to help people adapt to urban flooding in the modern context. GIS systems and other technology can can enable, along with reporting from people who actually have a vested interest in having the data work out and benefit them. This can be done with hashtags and with groups that we call verifiers that can get benefits through the system. And AI can increase the accuracy of predictions and can be a driver of value for the company.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. I mean, I can answer questions about how it actually works and all the different functionality that we've come up with. Do you guys want to come? Would my teammates like to join me on the stage?
All right, now it's time for Q&A.
This is Nippon and Bank.
Yes, I think that's something we are looking forward to hearing from you, what exactly it is and how it works for your product.
Okay, features of our product. We would like to develop some new product about application which can respond on the flood situations, because in the future we have information we can predict the rainfall we increase in the future. And now this product, like an application, like the Grab Food, like some application, but it can helpful for helpful for the Grab delivery and for the customer and street food owners. Yeah, because during heavy rains and have a flood, we cannot connect with any road. We don't know how we can go there. We don't know how we can buy in this area. But this application can show the location and some shop which within the cross area. If that is the cross area, we cannot go that. We can choose another things. But sorry, and
okay, let me add in some information. Okay, and for this application, they warning us, they warning street vendor about how was the weather today, and is flooding today, and what is the water level in some area in Bangkok. So it's gonna be alert to street vendor and alert to the customer. So they have they have to make a decision to like how can I order with the other shop or other the street vendor, because some street vendor who stuck on the flooding area, maybe they can't open their shop or they can't sell their product. And so this application will refer or recommend the other street vendor who have the same menu. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, may I just have a
follow-up one thing they'll be able to do is refer, like let's say certain areas are kind of blocked off from each other. Maybe a consumer will go on, there are different stakeholders. The consumer will go on like, hey, I like fried chicken. And I normally got a guy that I love, it's 10 minutes away on a bicycle or a moto, but I can't get there. You could put in, if you have that favorite vendor who maybe has other guys that he knows, you can find someone close to you given the new conditions. There's a lot of functionality. We actually think that ordering something on Grab, when the guys delivering Grab are going to be facing the same flood conditions. And if they've got if the system sets it up so that they're ordering food from a place that has a blockage, yeah, people are going to order from Grab, and then they're going to wait hours for their food. And we think with this, that we'll actually be able to deliver food even better, more efficiently. We can route to people that are within a blocked zone. So there's a lot of potential advantages. The more we thought about it, I think if we'd had another day or so, we could really explain that out a little bit better. But there's a lot of potential here.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question on that, because I'm very interested on how precise that you are talking about the flood map is going to be, because that would impact on the decision-making of your customers, right? And where's the information from, how you will display that, or everything is just the idea at this moment?
Well, everyone who's on the ground, all the reporting can be done for people that are on the ground, like in these actual areas. And it's they've got a vested interest in getting that information out, like the motivation. I mean, you know, I'm happy that Risk here noted the severity of this problem, but a big part of it is what's going to motivate there to be actual reporting on this and have it to actually be accurate. So there'll be a motivation for reporting, and we're going to have I guess a class of stakeholders called verifiers that could be anyone involved, any of the stakeholders or anyone else who can, but it could mainly be consumers who want to get a discount on their food. So we can actually provide that discount through the system. So they'll get a little code to show up on the app, and they go to a vendor in the system, and they'll get a discount on their dinner. And they just by verifying that this condition actually exists. So you know, it'll probably take a little tinkering to get this to work smoothly, but the potential and the motivations are inherent in the model.
Yes, question about your potential or target users, and also business viability.
For first target, we focus on street vendors at the first target because we would like to help them. And after that, we can develop this program for another business who has interest to our flooding market. And I guess this will be advantageous for street vendor because some company or business owner who has used our application, they can share some benefit to street vendors together within this app. Yeah, and they can, the family helping in their business, they can help to share and use these applications.
All right, the one nature that I've noticed, I believe this is a pretty strong case, is that food businesses, from what I've seen in Asia and in Thailand, are very family-oriented. They have a family operation. They have a lot of people helping, the younger kids, the relatives, whatever. We think that getting users excited about this and getting them to help each other, it will not be that hard. And if we just go to these markets and go to where street vendors are and show them we've got something that could help them. Beyond getting users to actually plug into the system and make it happen, we think we'll be able to develop monetizable data and predictive capacity. This will take time, but the nice thing about this is that we can first solve an issue for vendors here in Bangkok and have an economically sustainable driver to have time to develop the technical capacity. And hopefully at some point we can actually be providing functionality to disaster management agencies. And I've looked at solutions, technology solutions, looking to provide, mainly it's provide communications during when disasters strike and knock out power and everything. These are much more complex problems, but all these solutions, they never get deployed, or very rarely do. They can't even, the pilots, they can't even afford them because there isn't really a business case, a steady state business case connected to them. You got to drop a whole bunch of money in the bucket and hope it works, and there's different options. So if we can help them to outsource that technical capacity, the market that we could address would be giant. And it's just going to get work with, a nice thing about Bangkok as well is that we've got a low-lying, it's mainly just flooding from rain. I think you've had one storm that caused really bad flooding in the last 10 years. I mean, there's many other cities that have storm surges of significant complicating factor. That needs to be addressed, and that will take time for us to develop that, to put that into the models. But over the time to build it, we think they can actually have a reasonable expectation of getting there, rather than just like a magic solution that some company is paid $100 million to build.
All right, and that was the Net Wishes. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for your application to help vendor to adapt to flooding. And next will be our last three teams. Okay, up next will be Eden Agritech.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Job Narapat, CEO and co-founder of Eden Architect. And today I'm going to present you the natural way to maintain the freshness of fresh produce. So first of all, let me introduce the industry we try to solve the problem. The fresh produce market is a $1 trillion market and with continually growing dramatically every year. However, there is a big and serious pain in the market today. As the seller and the trader has to lose about 20 to 40% in every transaction they trade, and they also face the problem of limitation of this, they cannot distribute their product to the longer destination. And the key reason is that the fresh produce shelf life is too short. And the current solution that provided to them today are mostly come from chemical that impact health and non-effective enough to prolong the shelf life. So let me introduce you the solution to solve this big problem. Our chemical-free edible coating solution by just simply spraying or dipping on the surface of fresh produce. It will create the immersible film that can regulate the inflow and outflow of gases and water, and the results, any fruit, vegetable, and industrial produce can be extend the shelf life about 3 times longer. It can also delay the microbial occurring and maintaining the nutrition and quality of those fresh produce. So we are not only offer the chance to our customer as a trader and distributor to get a better appearance of fresh produce, but also the chance to get the extra day that they can use to distribute their product to the longer destination, get more premium price, and also reduce the cost from the spoilage issue. And currently, we are applicable to more than 30 types of fresh produce. So during the COVID-19 pandemic situation, we become the secret sauce of many customers, as we help them to access to the new market as the lemongrass and asparagus trader to send their product to Switzerland supermarket. And we also help one of the exporter as they already have the target customer to be as the Japan market by extend their mango shelf life and enable them to change the logistic method from air freight to sea freight, which is reduce their cost about 36 times lower. So we expect a huge market opportunity for this product. As for the global level, we expect about $8.1 billion, and for our initial market, as Southeast Asia market, the market opportunity is still $500 million, and it is only count that already treatment with the chemical. So we already have customer testing and using our product in many sectors, from dehydrated produce, ingredient supply, industrial material, and fresh produce. And some of them already become our frequent customer. So we use the sustainability to be our core strategy to drive business. The more Eden will be used in the market, mean the less food, the more food waste that we can save, the less forest that will be less destroyed, and less carbon emission will be occur. And more food security will increase to everyone in this world, and that is Eden Architect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Eden is such a badass. Now, you're in a hackathon, so tell us what you've been working on, and what are you going to work on next after this competition?
Okay, so as first, may I introduce my team. So this is our CMO and CSO. It means Chief Sustainable. Yes, we have Chief Sustainable. This is our marketing lead, Kun Bum, and Dr. Joe. So the hackathon, right? So we are just a small company. Yes, we already established our domestic market selling, but for the global level, we just a small one. So we want the global perspective. We still seek for the partner to help us to expand business to like outside Thailand to the regional and global level. And we want a new idea. Yes, we want a creative idea to enter to the new market. Yep. Yes, please. Thank you.
So I would imagine that there are regulatory agencies involved in a product like this. So
Sure.
To what extent do those regulatory agencies open or shut markets for you?
Okay, you mean it's be a challenge for us or not, right? Okay. So yes, we need to like comply with the regulation, and we already so our customer also asks for the certification. So we got a lot of certificate with many third-party like certificate body, and the most important thing that we already certify is the Thai FDA. So we are certified as a food additive, and we are already actually we get the approval last week. So after we fight for 3 years, yes. And to enter each market, yes, we still need to certify to the FDA to each country also. But we believe for the next step, for the global level, we will start to apply from like the US FDA. That will make us easy to enter to the other country market. Yep. Yeah.
May I add on like about the regulation, and as because like we use sustainability as our core strategy, and we found out that there are many quality control in between exporting and importing between the barrier of the country, and European Union and especially like the Western country also implement quality control. For example, like non-chemical use, and our products can be replaced to the chemical solution for a moment, and that's what happened to one of our customers who export the dehydrated food to Europe, and then he turned to use our solution and being one of the most competitive advantage to him. Thank you.
What do you see as some of the barriers and opportunities for this product in Thailand? And what's your plan to kind of address those barriers?
Okay. The challenge in Thailand, right? So I think the biggest challenge is about the understanding about the use case of our product. So normally many people like to compare our solution compare with the traditional chemical treatment in the market. So actually our use case is not quite the same. We can solve those problems that those chemical treatment can solve, but actually our real use case is that extend the shelf life, which is the different when compared to those traditional chemical use. So that's the reason that we have to make wisely target market. So from you can see on the screen now, our POC customer that we already did is the key influencer in each industry. So we believe that as the pool strategy, if we can make the leader in each industry to use our product, it will make the other like company, I don't want to use the follower, but the other company to be used like the one that is the leader.
Can you move to the sustainability slide, please? Right. I would say like anybody who in concern with this problem can be one of our customers. And I would say that everybody here can be one of our potential customers as well. Everywhere is our marketplace. Everyone is our customers. Maybe like through the developing organization like those hungers, 1 billion hunger in the next 30 years can be one of our consumers through UN United Nations channel, or those countries who like to minimize their hungers, or those who in related to like spoilage of food. Yes, and COVID pandemic can prove already that our business can grow during the tough situation as well. When people are more thinking in terms of preventive perspective, and they try to save their more food, they try to save their health condition, so they get away from chemical use, they get away from like they try to keep the condition and quality of their food and fresh produce. Thank you.
And let me add on something. So you mentioned about the Thai market challenge. So that is also be the key reason that next year we plan to go outside Thailand, set up the business footprint like for the regional and the global level in the later stage. Because from our discussion with our potential strategic partner outside Thailand, we believe our market our product can be easily to penetrate into the other country than Thailand. Yep. Especially the one that have like concern about the sustainability. Yep.
As you go to markets outside of Thailand, what new costs do you expect to encounter?
Nice question. So, to frankly speaking, we are not get the appropriate approximately number yet, but we are not do by ourselves. That is the clear answer. So in Thailand, we will penetrate by ourselves. We believe in traditional way, door by door, set up like the 10 people of sales team to knock door by door to each food factory. But outside Thailand, we don't have any footprint, so we seek for the strategic partner. We already have the business footprint in each country. So I think the fixed cost might not have, but the variable cost is about the negotiation, how much will we share the profit with them. Yep. So not the CAPEX, only OPEX.
Any more questions? Maybe not. Okay, so thank you so much, Eden Agritech, for your presentation on the natural solution to maintain freshness of fresh produces. The last two teams is awaited, and yeah, up next will be disability.
Nice to meet you all. I'm the representative of disability team. Have you ever heard about IG biodiversity targets? There are 20 targets established under Convention on Biological Diversity 10 years ago to protect nature and wildlife. How many targets have we achieved? 0. Why? Because of the solutions are too complex and isolated. Yeah, it's too complex and isolated. So what if we raise awareness by, can I use this one? Okay. Okay, can I restart? Sorry. Nice to meet you all again. I'm from disability team. Have you ever heard about the IG biodiversity targets? There are 20 targets that set under the Convention on Biodiversity, and it has been 10 years, but we received just only 0 targets because of the solutions are too complex and it isolated. So we think that why don't we combine game into extinction awareness. So we create World Wild. World Wild is a game that you will choose a character from 7 types of wildlife, refers to species assessment in Thailand. And the goal of this game, the mission of this game is to collect as many seeds as you can to maintain the biodiversity in this virtual world. What makes us different is we are based on the IUCN Red List of animal species. And it will make the users to relate to real species in the actual world. But as you know, wildlife in reality cannot choose their own characters. That's why we have inactivation mode. The critically endangered characters will be suspended to use for temporarily, and this will encourage the users, the players, to take action to save their favorite species. Whether in social media or in the wild. It is a new way to experience wildlife. Our target is youth gamers ranging from 16 to 24 years old who are passionate about entertainment, especially gaming and biodiversity. With 4.9 million gamers and market volume of 4.36 billion Thai baht, we will start from an organization called Global Youth Biodiversity Network Thailand, which has more than 2,000 followers Facebook page and their associates around the world. I am a member of GYB in Thailand, and I'm so grateful that if we can help along with the team members from disability with different areas, business, engineering, and design. Even though worldwide is start as a game, but its potential, I believe that it will be expand to worldwide. Thank you.
Time for Q&A now.
What's the experience on your team on building games, and how do you think you're going to make it into a hit? Because the awareness can only come if a lot of people play it.
Thank you for the question. I understand that for a game to be viral is hard, but we do believe that our supporters, including the GYBN and other organizations, are well known enough for the game to be marketed into some kind of biodiversity thing. And you cannot underestimate the community of the gamers, which I am one of them. We also want to market them to the streamers, like on Twitch or maybe YouTube game casters, which can expand our game base. Mainly, we want to expand our game player base by making them compete with themselves. People like to competitiveness, and we want our game to create that sense in the people's mind, but also including the feeling of if they want to protect the species that they like, because we have the endangered species that are very risky. Many of them are like only 2 left in the wild, and if the species extinct, we remove the species from the game completely. That's why they have the feeling in mind that they want to protect the species by themselves. Thank you.
I just concerns that how's your in cases no any gamer to how you present this game to whoever not be a gamer. That first questions, and the second, when they complete the game, what's the next? What the output the next game, or how's the game related to the real actions? And the third question, what's your main target of these applications?
Excuse me, can you repeat the first question? I'm sorry.
The first question is what's your strategies to expand this game to someone who not a gamer?
Okay. First question. Because the game is marketed towards the mobile player first, everyone has a mobile phone, and the mobile player base is quite big. And from our information that we researched, 6 of 7 people that use internet in Thailand play games. So we have only 1/7 that we lost. That's, they don't play at all. It's like a lost customer already.
So it means that no any strategies, just put the game into the platform like Apple Store or Application Store. Then
sorry, we have to market it. Of course, we have to market it, but our target mostly are gamers, not non-gamers, Because non-gamers, they don't play. Anyhow, they don't play at all. That's our story. And second question, please.
What's my second? Well, how you link the game to the real actions?
Okay, that's a good question, and that's our. Do you want? No. Okay. Because old awareness activities, you know, UN and many organizations have tried to increase awareness in people by, let's say, posting on Facebook that this species is almost extinct, or maybe give information to people. We've known that they have the online seminar to increase the awareness of people. And they can increase the awareness of like 200 people at a time. And people don't like online conference at all. It's so boring. But because of our game, we let the player play as their species, as the species they like. And of course, the endangered species are special. They have some special abilities. If it's their favorite character, if you are a gamer, you will know that you have some attachment to them. You feel relationship with them, bonded with them. And you don't want them to be gone forever. So that's our selling point, that you feel it. You learn it by you feeling it. You're really feeling the awareness in your mind. And that's the best way to learn something. It's like getting heartbroken or something, and you keep it in your mind. I think that's the way the education system will have to continue. It's not any knowledgeable anymore. It's like more of a feeling. And this will transfer to the action in the real world.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much. You know, I do know the IG targets, and I do know GYBN. So, you know, I'm very pleased to see you on stage, you know, today. With relation to the question that the other judge was just raised, translating awareness to action is key. Yeah, you are targeting gamers. Yes, of course. If once they are aware, how would they influence, you know, the others who actually, you know, these are not necessarily, you know, the one who go, you know, in the jungle and poach, you know, these animals, right? I mean, the one who poach the animals are, you know, do not play games, basically. So how are you going to connect these two together? And another thing is it looks like a great awareness raising game, but how are you going to make a business case out of it?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the first question, how am I going to connect the gamer to the people who have influence on those things? We call this kind of a bit of psychology thing. We want the gamer, which is a big community. We want the community to have some impact on the words to say. Let's say if you have one person post on a social media that this is a bad thing, you shouldn't do it. No one will believe him. Maybe he's making something up. But if, let's say, 100,000 retweets on the internet today, it's quite a big deal, actually. And in the social media, it echoes. You know, the echoing effect in the social media. This is what will pressure the people who have influence to take some action. Because, okay, let's say if the poster sees that this is a, let's say, the social will comment on them if they do something bad. Let's say big people, big group of people. This is what I think will have a big influence on the social awareness, which is a big thing, big group of people. Okay, and second question about the business. Gaming business is quite a big business today, and it's growing very, very fast. Not only for the advertisement in the game, which is a lot for the mobile application, but also in-game purchase, which we can transfer the real money into the coins or something, which they can, you know, random the new characters for them. This is a big market that should not be underestimated because people pay a lot for the games. From our surveys and our information, how many? 4,000?
We also researched, and there is a statistic from last year, 2019, that
for the application on Google Play and iOS, the category that's ranking #1 for both spending and time using and download numbers are game category. So we think this is the potential numbers that we should invest in this market and combine biodiversity together with the game.
Let me expand that a bit. The number is exactly around 4 billion Thai baht. The money in the game, people pay for the game a lot. Even if you play free games, there are people who pay for the games. And that's a big business, and we are looking into it.
Gotcha. Quick one. How does biodiversity link to the theme of this competition in terms of climate change and making impactful, meaningful progress to address this? I failed to see the link, but please elaborate.
Okay, that is actually a very, very good question, which I thought that I will be asked just recently. How to link the biodiversity and to the climate change, right? So let's say you have one favorite species which is let's say endangered because of the climate change. Because of the climate change, you feel that the climate change is the culprit to blame. You want to blame the climate change. How do you blame the climate change? You cannot blame the climate change. You can only blame the people who caused climate change. It's like from the ground up. If you feel something is being threatened, your friend is being threatened, you want to blame the people who caused the threat to your friend. That's the same way we are trying to do it. We want to increase the awareness that something is causing this problem, that is the problem to you. And this addresses back to climate change, and it will make people aware more that climate change is impacting them in a way. We want to create the experience of the impact in their mind. I think this is what we want to link to it.
Yeah, it's not a question, but in my idea is that I would see you more create on the scenario of the impact of the climate change to the biodiversity that you are trying to create in the game. For example, like I'm not sure that the detail in the game, but you can see the report. You can Google the report in like 1.5 degrees Celsius from the IPCC. So they already give you the information if the temperature, world temperature is not reduced by the 1.5 degrees Celsius. So what happened with the biodiversity? There are so many species endangered. So if you can create some scenario for the gamer or someone who can play the game to make more action. So you can simulate the action in the game, and also that might be linked in the real world as well when they grow up and educate them exactly what the impact of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestion. Actually, I want to add that we want to implement some of these things in kind of a weekly event. Each week we will have some scenarios that they will have to play, like maybe Ice Age or something. It will help people aware more of what we are actually facing right now in kind of small events in the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was Disability. Thank you for your presentation of the World Wild Game. The last team is ready now, and please welcome our last team, CNT.
Good afternoon, climate change enthusiasm, and we are CNT. What are we doing here? we are doing here is to be a carbon credit platform, because what we have now in Thailand is that the market is underdeveloped. So it means that many people don't have an opportunity to sell the product because they don't have the good enough standard, or they don't know where to buy it from, and it will be a hassle to them to find a place to buy and sell. As we can see the trend right now that soon to be the president also have put the climate change into the agenda, we believe that the government and the investor will put more pressure on the organization. So we believe that we will help solve the problem of climate change, not just only to the organization, but to those who want to solve the climate change, such as those guys in this area as well. So what is our platform give the good thing about? First of all, it is accessible. You don't need to be the big guy like the large power plant. You can be like the household, the factories, some project that prove that you have an efficiency that can help save the climate change. And what is our product? Right now, because the market is not developed yet, so we are here to set the standard to provide the high quality carbon credits. Such as we will search by the company location, the customer can search company location, and we will find the bundle list, so they don't have the hassle to buy, to find it by themselves, and they can make an easier purchase. So look at the market opportunities. Right now, the market in Thailand in 2018 is only about like 30 million. But if you look at the IEA data, just only in the energy sector, the potential market is like 3 billion baht. We derived this from, in 2015, like the total carbon is like 250 million ton carbon dioxide, and the market cap is 60%, following the standard of the European, and we assume that the price soon will be 30 baht per credit. And we expect that we will have like 10% of the market share. So that will be like 30 million baht revenues. So the revenue stream will come from transaction, and we will also have the second revenue come from the certificate also. And this is our team. We have a team that is very strong in the climate change expert, which is Mr. Chayapon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's time for Q&A.
So carbon markets never really delivered their potential. And part of the reason is certification and the surety of the carbon offsets that are being claimed. How does your platform or solution address that challenge?
Yep. So first of all, we know that the carbon offset market is has been criticism by many for a long time, and so for example, the UN FCCC they I mean right now the state commitment to the Paris Agreement is not going to be is going to be missing the 2-degree target. So some organizations such as the WRI and Science-Based Target, they realize this and need private sector to help to close the gap on this. So on their report, they have recommendation on high quality carbon credits and offsets to accelerate the carbon emissions. I mean reductions. Sorry. Yep. And one of the main criteria is the additionality, which is very important. So we need to ensure that all of our projects is actually addition from the baseline, from the if you don't have the offset market and this project will not happen for instance. So we have to partner with verifier and certificate standards such as gold standard or TWER for Thailand. For example, we need to ensure the meaning to have a meaningful impact on the reduction. I mean to go beyond what the commitment is in the Paris Agreement. We need to ensure that we need to set the standard for that. Thank you.
Any more questions from the judges?
So you've kind of mentioned that this already exists, and I'm trying to understand where is the innovation and product? Where do you feel like you can add the most value, you can actually make the market mechanics work?
Yeah, so basically we will make the platform very simple for everyone to be able to access not just the big company, but also a small household and small and medium-sized business as well. Because I know that the transaction cost for doing this kind of project and to claim the carbon credits is such a painful process and costs a lot, such as because you have to measure your baseline and as well as validate your reduction and verify it as well. So we will help our customer to like bypass those process and make it simple.
Okay, I want to add on for my partner. The problem is like, right now we already have a market, but even the product itself, many claim that like it is not good enough. Like my teammate has said that like the current standard that we use in Thailand is not that good. So if people don't trust it, or it does not help push people to use the more effort to like use the energy more efficiently, then it will not help support it. We want to make the market that make it like, oh, if you like buy with us, you can make sure that like you have a part to help really solve the market, because we have more regular standard. We have more standard regulator than the precedent that the kingdom already have. That is.
Is it all clear? No more questions? All right, then thank you so much, CNT, for your presentation. And please give a big applause to all our 17 teams. They have done a really splendid job. Awesome. Yeah, it's just really fascinating to see so many practical initiatives can really be happened within just 2 days. All right, and that is the spirit of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. So now we will give our judge some more time for the judge meeting to score every team and to find out who will be the winners for this hackathon. And during this time, we can have a break. Yeah, you can go to the bathroom, and then we will get back here after we know who are the winner for the closing and awarding ceremony.
What's always intrigued me is the idea that a small human footstep, while someone's walking or running or jumping, could actually be used to make a huge difference to this world. It's about many thousands of footsteps together, not one step alone. Imagine the potential of what we could achieve here. My name is Lawrence Kemble-Cook. I'm the founder and CEO of PaveGen. I was 23 years old when I first came up with the concept for kinetic energy in cities. And it really led me on a journey to discover what is the potential for changing the way we live in urban spaces. When you stand on a PaveGen tile, it generates energy. One step will give you around 5 watts of electrical power. So the energy from a single footstep is stored up in batteries during the day and then used to power lights during the nighttime. My aim for PaveGen is to have millions of tiles deployed in every single major city in the world. When I had this idea, it was a prototype held together with bits of duct tape and blue tack, and it was really, really basic. And I had huge challenges in taking it to market. There was no rule book for kinetic flooring. No one had ever done it before in the same way. So we worked on a Make the Future project in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. We went to a favela and we took 200 of our tiles, we embedded them inside a soccer pitch. And we used the energy from people playing sport to turn the lights on. So now, when people play sport, they turn the lights on and keep them on. It had huge changes in the community. Firstly, new businesses popped up around because there was light there. Secondly, we inspired children to think differently about science and engineering. This project embodies for me what PaveGen is about. It's about community, it's about people, and it's about energy. We're heading into a new era with enhanced digital capabilities, with sustainability being so high on the agenda and climate change being such a big issue. The time is now. This technology wouldn't have worked 50 years ago. And we're doing the same journey as, say, solar did. Solar's taken 80 years to be commercialized. We're trying to do that in 10. The next 12 months is going to be really exciting for us. We've just installed our technology in the heart of Washington, D.C. Now we have 10,000 people a day powering all the lights and giving us real-time data in the middle of the city. But soon coming up, we've got an installation at Westfield, the largest shopping centre in Europe on the Olympic site. And then we're going right in the heart of London, where we'll be having up to 200,000 people a day walking up and down the street, generating energy to power the street itself. We've always had really bold ambitions. So we launched in South Korea, in Nigeria, and in Australia recently that allowed us to get our technology in the ground and actually start to move into new markets. We now have offices in 9 countries, and we hope for that to be 15 by the end of the year. Great Britain is renowned for its technology, education, and design. Some of the strongest brands in the world have come out of this country. So we're really ambassadors of Great Britain when we're abroad, and I don't think there's any better country to be from, to be exporting and to be doing great international business. I'm really excited about the next 5 years. 1, we've got the biggest international order book we've ever had. 2, I think there's a real view by international governments to work together, to collaborate, to find new technologies that other countries have to make their countries better places. Thirdly, I think there's a unique sense that the UK is open. It's a great time to get out there and do business with an interesting product like ours. My name is Lawrence Kemble Cook, and I believe in the UK.
วันที่โลกหมุนเร็วด้วยเทคโนโลยีเราต้องพร้อมปรับตัวสู่โลกใหม่ให้เราไม่หยุดก้าวไปข้างหน้าที่นี่คือศูนย์กลางเทคโนโลยีและสตาร์ทอัพในเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียที่รวมเหล่ายักษ์ใหญ่ในวงการเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่นี่คือพื้นที่ที่เปิดกว้างสร้างแรงบันดาลใจเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกความคิดสร้างสรรค์ด้วยอีโคซิสเต็มแบบครบวงจรเป็นศูนย์กลางการเรียนรู้ที่อัปเดตเทรนด์และเทคโนโลยีเพื่อต่อยอดธุรกิจที่เดียวในไทยที่รวมผู้ประกอบการสตาร์ทอัพจากทั่วทุกมุมโลกและนักลงทุนที่พร้อมสนับสนุนการเติบโตของทุกธุรกิจ คิดค้นและพัฒนาปลุกปั้นธุรกิจด้วยความคิดสร้างสรรค์ผลักดันให้ทุกธุรกิจแข็งแกร่งพร้อมแข่งขันในเวทีโลกร่วมกันขับเคลื่อนให้ก้าวไกลในโลกยุคใหม่มาขยายขอบเขตความสำเร็จของคุณให้ทะยานไกลอย่างไม่สิ้นสุดที่เดียวทุกความเป็นไปได้ที่ True Digital Park
Lift yourself out of this fancy auditorium and plunge into the Pacific Ocean. You are a baby coral reef fish. Life started when you hatched out of an egg on a coral reef, and as you took your first gulps of water, you were carried out on the ocean currents into the deep blue sea. You grew up here for a few weeks, and now you're big and strong, and at the size of a mighty tic-tac, you're ready to come back to a coral reef and take on the world. But how are you going to get there? Because this isn't Finding Nemo. The friendly sea turtles aren't going to point you in the right direction. This is the real world. And you are a very small fish in a very big ocean. You can't see a reef. They're too far away. You can't smell a reef. The current's going in the wrong direction. But you can hear a reef. They're really noisy places. Turtles crunch, shrimp snap their claws, fish whoop and grunt and chatter and buzz. Julie Andrews should have had a snorkel because the reefs are alive with the sound of music. Sound travels far underwater, and so you can hear your way home. Or can you? I'm a marine biologist. I study the sound of Australia's Great Barrier Reef using underwater microphones, and my most recent recordings reduced me to tears. In the last 5 years, climate change has decimated my reefs. Cyclones have smashed them to pieces. Marine heat waves have cooked the corals. The animals of that underwater orchestra are dead, and their once joyful chorus is a quarter of its previous volume. The symphony of the sea is being silenced. You can't hear your way home anymore. You're lost in the blue. Now that's depressing, but I don't study coral reefs so I can tell you depressing stories. I study them because I care, and I study them because the more we understand, the better we can protect them. For instance, we now know that these degraded reefs are too quiet, right? So can we use loudspeakers to call the fish back in? To test that idea, I did an experiment where I built lots of artificial coral reefs all around a bay, and on some of them, I used a loudspeaker to play the sound of a normal degraded reef. But on other ones, I played the sound of a healthy reef. And when I played that healthy sound, I got 40% more fish coming back, with a 25% increase in diversity. That could make a difference. Those fish, through their grazing, can clear away algae, they can allow new corals to grow, that might speed up recovery processes, and they might restore the rhythm of the reef. So yes, coral reefs are in crisis. Yes, it's heartbreaking, and you can hear it happening. But with new research comes new understanding and the potential for new solutions. So as we look to the future, let's learn to listen. Thank you.
วันที่โลกหมุนเร็วด้วยเทคโนโลยีเราต้องพร้อมปรับตัวสู่โลกใหม่ให้เราไม่หยุดก้าวไปข้างหน้าที่นี่คือศูนย์กลางเทคโนโลยีและสตาร์ทอัพในเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียที่รวมเหล่ายักษ์ใหญ่ในวงการเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่นี่คือพื้นที่ที่เปิดกว้างสร้างแรงบันดาลใจเปิดโอกาสให้ทุกความคิดสร้างสรรค์ด้วยอีโคซิสเต็มแบบครบวงจรเป็นศูนย์กลางการเรียนรู้ที่อัปเดตเทรนด์และเทคโนโลยีเพื่อต่อยอดธุรกิจที่เดียวในไทยที่รวมผู้ประกอบการสตาร์ทอัพจากทั่วทุกมุมโลกและนักลงทุนที่พร้อมสนับสนุนการเติบโตของทุกธุรกิจคิดค้นและพัฒนาปลุกปั้นธุรกิจด้วยความคิดสร้างสรรค์ผลักดันให้ทุกธุรกิจแข็งแกร่งพร้อมแข่งขันในเวทีโลกร่วมกันขับเคลื่อนให้ก้าวไกลในโลกยุคใหม่มาขยายขอบเขตความสำเร็จของคุณให้ทะยานไกลอย่างไม่สิ้นสุดที่เดียวทุกความเป็นไปได้ที่ True Digital Park
countries better places. Thirdly, I think there's a unique sense that the UK is open. It's a great time to get out there and do business with an interesting product like ours. My name is Lawrence Kemble Cook, and I believe in the UK.
ที่เป็น PM 2.5 เราก็เลยคิดว่าทำอย่างไรที่จะทำให้การผลิตของพี่น้องเกษตรกรเนี่ยเกิดความยั่งยืนทราบมาว่าเรามีเครื่องมือทางการเงินที่เรียกว่าเป็น Green Bond นะครับธกส.ก็มีความสนใจที่จะออกพันธบัตรอนุรักษ์สิ่งแวดล้อมที่เรียกว่า Green Bond เนี่ยเพื่อให้คนที่อยากจะลงทุนนะครับคนที่อยู่ในสังคมที่ไม่ใช่สังคมภาคเกษตรเนี่ยได้มีโอกาสมีส่วนร่วมในการทำกิจกรรมกับธกส.ในการที่ไปส่งเสริมการผลิตที่ยั่งยืนเงินที่ได้จากการขายพันธบัตรเพื่อสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับหรือ Green Bond เนี่ยจำนวน 20,000 ล้านบาทซึ่งเราจะทำเรื่องนี้เป็นระยะเวลา 4 ปีนะครับส่งผลกับผู้มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องในทั้งหมด 3 ส่วนนะครับก็คาดว่าจะมีเกษตรกรที่มีส่วนร่วมตรงนี้นะครับประมาณ 10,000 ชุมชนนะครับจะสามารถที่จะทำให้มีการส่งเสริมการปลูกป่าให้มีการปลูกป่าไม้เพิ่มขึ้น 500,000 ไร่นะคาดว่าเขาจะมีรายได้จากป่าไม้ที่มีมูลค่าเพิ่มขึ้นกว่า 400,000 ล้านบาทนะครับแล้วก็มีรายได้ที่เป็น by product จากการเข้าไปใช้ประโยชน์จากป่าเนี่ยอยู่ที่ประมาณ 1,100 ล้านบาทนะครับในมิติของสังคมสิ่งแวดล้อมเนี่ยนะครับก็คาดว่าป่าไม้ที่เพิ่มขึ้นกว่า100 ล้านต้นเนี่ยนะครับก็จะสามารถกักเก็บคาร์บอนได้ 950,000 ตันต่อปีที่จะได้ขณะที่ผู้ลงทุนนะครับก็จะมีผลตอบแทนที่ทางธนาคารได้สัญญาไว้นะครับการตอบรับของตลาดนะครับถือว่าดีมากนะครับว่าดีเกินกว่าที่เราได้คาดไว้มีคำเสนอซื้อจากนักลงทุนเกินกว่าพันธบัตรที่เราออกมาในล็อตแรกคือเราออกมาล็อตแรกเนี่ย 6,000 ล้านนะครับในวันเดียวเนี่ยมีคนมาเสนอซื้อถึง 7,100 ล้านเราได้รับความร่วมมือและความช่วยเหลือจากหลายภาคส่วนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางกลต.นะครับซึ่งที่กลต.มีความสำคัญมากเลยนะครับเพราะว่าวันนั้นเนี่ยกลต.ได้จัดงาน Green Bond Boot Camp นะครับธกส.ก็มีโอกาสเข้าไปร่วมงานนี้นะครับและมีโอกาสได้ไปเจอกับทางสถานทูตอังกฤษนะครับซึ่งเราได้ทราบว่าสถานทูตอังกฤษประจำประเทศไทยเนี่ยก็มีโครงการอาเซียนโลคาร์บอนเอเนจีโปรแกรมนะครับซึ่งเราก็รับความช่วยเหลือจากทางสถานทูตอังกฤษในการเป็นสปอนเซอร์ให้นะครับสำหรับ external reviewer นะครับนอกจากนั้นแล้วเนี่ยทางสำนักงานบริหารหนี้สาธารณะนะครับหรือสบน.เนี่ยก็มีส่วนเป็นอย่างยิ่งนะครับในการช่วยเรานะครับในการที่เข้าไปคัดเลือกผู้จัดจำหน่ายนะครับและเนื่องจากพันธบัตร Green Bond ของเรานี่นะครับเราทำเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของป่าไม้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเรื่องของทางกระทรวงทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมนะครับทางสำนักงานพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจฐานรากหรือเบโดนะครับแล้วก็อป.กรมพัฒนาชุมชนนะครับตลอดจนองค์กรบริหารจัดการก๊าซเรือนกระจกเนี่ยซึ่งมีส่วนร่วมในการที่จะทำงานเรื่องป่าไม้ด้วยกันนะครับส่วนงานต่างๆนี้ก็ให้ความช่วยเหลือทางวิชาการก็ต้องถือโอกาสนี้ขอบคุณทางส่วนงานที่เกี่ยวข้องนะครับผมคิดว่าก้าวแรกของการออก Green Bond แล้วก็ประสบความสำเร็จในครั้งนี้นะครับเป็นตัวที่ตอบโจทย์อย่างดีว่าทุกภาคส่วนที่มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องนะครับไม่ใช่เฉพาะภาคเกษตรอย่างเดียวนะครับแต่ว่าเป็นนักลงทุนที่อยู่ในตลาดหลักทรัพย์ต่างๆเนี่ยก็มีความสนใจในการที่ลงทุนใน Green Bond นะครับนอกจากเรื่องของ Green Bond แล้วเนี่ยเราก็อยากจะออกเป็น Sustainable Bond นะครับเพราะว่าภารกิจของเราเนี่ยในการเข้าไปสร้างความเข้มแข็งให้กับชุมชนนะครับก็เป็นความท้าทายอันหนึ่งที่คิดว่าทุกภาคส่วนในสังคมเนี่ยก็น่าจะมีความสนใจที่อยากจะทำงานร่วมกันกับธกส.นะครับก็เป็นแนวโน้มนะครับในอนาคตนอกจาก Green Bond แล้วเนี่ยคิดว่าตลาดของ Sustainable Bond นะครับก็จะเป็นตลาดที่มีอนาคตครับก็อยากจะกราบเรียนว่าถึงแม้ว่าจะมีเฟรมเวิร์กนะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะมีเรื่องของมาตรฐานแล้วมีเงื่อนไขอื่นๆในการที่จะเป็นการออก Green Bond เนี่ยแต่ไม่หรือบากว่าแรงสำหรับพวกเรานะครับที่เป็นสถาบันการเงินที่จะออก Green Bond นะครับขอเชิญชวนครับ
This is an artwork by Picasso. And this? Any guess? Sadly, it's not an art. It's a map of the oil spill disaster the largest oil spill accident in 2010 in Gulf of Mexico. And this is what happened. The best way to clean up oil spill is to use sorbent materials. The oil sorbent must be light, with high sorption capacity, oil selective, and can be recycled. Lightness is important because oil floats on the water surface. For high sorption capacity, the sorbent must possess a large surface area to increase the interface contact with oil. It must be porous for more volume of oil sorption. Thirdly, to be oil selective, the material must be hydrophobic, which means it doesn't like water. Water is a polar molecule, so the surface of the sorbent must be non-polar to repel water and welcome only non-polar solvent such as oil. And finally, recycling ability is very important. Common oil sorbent is a tissue paper or a catering sponge. Tissue paper is light, but it can't be reused. A catering sponge is not oil selective. It absorbs both oil and water. In our lab, we have developed a carbon nano sponge, a sponge made of carbon nanofibers here, which is very light. The sorption capacity is very high. The nanofiber structure provides very large surface area and porosity, so it can absorb oil more than 100 times of its own weight. It's also highly oil selective. The carbon surface is non-polar, making it super hydrophobic, which means it doesn't wet water at all. It only absorbs oil. After oil sorption, we can recycle it by squeezing the oil out or by burning the oil. And then reuse it again. I'm sorry.
Lift yourself out of this fancy auditorium and plunge into the Pacific Ocean. You are a baby coral reef fish. Life started when you
Welcome back to the final stage of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. Woohoo! May I have the applause? Thank you so very much. How are you doing? Relaxed or excited? Just like me? Yeah, some of you may already been excited, but some of you may be relaxed because you have already expressed all your idea, your solution during the pitching round that have passed, right? But if you are excited just like me, then we should keep the momentum because now we are going to start our closing and awarding ceremony. For this special occasion, I would like to call upon Kun Ravipa Chuang Veruwan, Trade and Commercial Advisor, Prosperity Fund Thailand, British Embassy Bangkok, onto the stage for the closing remark.
Hi, thank you. So I will be quick because it's late. I don't want to keep you on for too long. But I just want to, first of all, I would like to thank our partner, True Digital Park, for hosting us. And also, big thanks to our mentors, workshop facilitators, and our judges for giving up their weekend to share their knowledge and expertise. Without them, we won't be able to organize this hackathon. And most importantly, I would like to thank all the hackathoners for being here. We are almost at the end of our 2 days together, and I guess you all want to find out who are the winners, and we'll know that in just a few minutes. But before that, I would like to say to the hackathoners that just by being here is already an achievement. You spent your weekend trying to create something good for our planet, and you should be really proud of yourself. The climate issues that we are facing today is a result of what people did 50 to 100 years ago. I mean, that's before most of you were born. And in the same way, our action today will impact our Earth 50 to 100 years from now. So we must act now. Businesses should also move beyond helping the environment as a separate CSR issues and start seeing it as part of their core business. So it's great to see so many ideas coming out today. It's truly inspiring. And even though you're not one of the 3 winning teams today, I hope that you will continue to work on your solutions and your business ideas. We at the British Embassy are here to support you. As you know that by this time next year, the UK will be hosting the UN Climate Change Conference, or COP26. So we have so many activities in the plan from now until then. So we hope that you will stay in touch and stay tuned for more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kun Ravipa Chuang Veruwan, Trade and Commercial Advisors, Prosperity Fund Thailand, British Embassy Bangkok. And yes, next let's hear from another main sponsor of this event, Dr. Tharit Nimman Wutipong, General Manager of True Digital Park. Please come onto the stage for the closing remark.
Hello, Sawadee Krab. Hey, it's a long day, long 2 days actually for everyone. I want to keep it short. Thank you everyone for being here, all the judges, UK Embassy team. This is a wonderful hackathon. We have run quite a few hackathons, and this one is perhaps the most intense one ever, actually. And we will not stop here. Don't be sad if you don't win today. There are a lot more activities, hackathon, competition, business challenges happening here on this campus. Go to the Facebook, True Digital Park, follow it. If you have any question, ask around, shoot a message. We'll be there. We'll be there for you. I think your idea is brilliant. I haven't listened to all of them. I've been sitting into maybe 6 or 7 of them. It's very good. We have a hard time judging the winners, trust me. And yeah, and all the best for the future. And hopefully, I'm going to see this phase again in the future. So we are in the same ecosystem now. So welcome again and keep fighting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tharit. Please remain on the stage, to deliver the prize. And Jens, it's time for us to finally meet the 3 winners of this hackathon. So for this time, I would like to call upon Kun Ravipa Chuang Veruwan, Trade and Commercial Advisor, Prosperity Fund Thailand, British Embassy Bangkok, to be on the stage again to deliver the prize to our winner. All right. Yes, now I had the name in my hands already. Yeah, and the person who will deliver the prize also ready as well. So we will start with the third place winner of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. And do you want to know who is that? Yeah? Who will be the winner? May I hear a name? No, yeah, because I will be the one who tell you, right? All right, so we will start with the third place, and the third place of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon winner is Sabian! Sabian, please come to the stage. Congratulations, you have done a really fantastic job. And of course, as our judges have told you, everyone really had a hard time to decide who will be the winner. But of course, you worth it because your initiative is just, impossible. But yeah, you can make it come true. All right, and so Sabian, you are our third place for Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. Thank you so much for joining our hackathon and congratulations again. The third place team will get 107,500 baht worth of prize value. They will get 10,000 baht cash and also 3 months through Digital Park membership, 1,000 credit US dollars of cloud service. All right, and 3 months in market support. Please stay on the stage. Okay. Thank you very much คุณรวิภาช่วงเวรุวันค่ะ Alright, up next will be, of course, the second place of our hackathon. For this prize, I would like to call upon คุณ Mathuros Salea, Trade and Investment Manager, Tech and FDI Lead, British Embassy Bangkok, onto the stage to deliver the prize. And yes, the second place of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon 2020 is, may I hear the name again? No? Again? Yes. I will announce you the name just right now. And the second place of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon is Laika! Laika, please come onto the stage! Yeah. I can tell you again that I really love the member of this team from their presentation. It's still on my mind. So cute. Thank you for joining the hackathon. And the second place team will get 195,000 baht worth of prize, including 30,000 baht cash and 6 months through Digital Park membership, 1,000 US dollar credit of cloud service, and 6 months in market support from DIT Bangkok for UK-based winner. Congratulations. This is what you get from your hard work and contribution. Laika for our second place of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. Please stay on the stage, Ka. Okay. All right, and finally, we have reached one of the most exciting times of our hackathon because I'm going to announce you the winner of our hackathon from the talented 17 teams. And the winner, the only one winner of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon is... Thank you for the applause. The winner of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. I'm sorry, I'm so excited I forgot about the special guest who will deliver the prize. All right. คุณสิทธิศักดิ์สุดใสสาคร Climate and Energy Attaché British Embassy Bangkok, please proceed to the stage. ขอโทษ Wow, I really would like to announce this name, right? Okay. And yeah, we got the one who will deliver the prize. And the winner of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon 2020 is... Fortune, please come onto the stage. You are the winner, our valuable winner of Bangkok Climate Change Hackathon. Congratulations, the first place winner of us. During 2 days hackathon, all the hard time, less of sleep, less of some meals. Yeah, but they make it and they are the winner. The winning team will get 360,000 baht worth of prize, consisting of 60,000 baht cash, 12 months through Digital Park membership. Please remain on the stage. We still have more. Please remain on the stage. We still have more photo shooting to do. Thank you so much. And yes, for this special occasion, may I call on the stage other person for the photo shooting. But first of all, I would like to speak to our audiences who are watching us right now on the live streaming for through Digital Park YouTube channel and also for Facebook page. Thank you very much for watching. You can like, you can share and subscribe our channel in order to see our next live and video as well. Okay, and for us in this auditorium, yeah, may I call upon Kun, excuse me, Miss Kesaya Baba, COP26 Climate Change Attaché, British Embassy Bangkok, onto the stage to take a photo with us. Together with Kun Chanya Thangsuk, Head of Education and Science, British Council, Thailand. Please come onto the stage for our photo shooting session. Yes, apart from the 60,000 baht cash and 12 months through Digital Park membership, they will also get 1,000 US$ credit of cloud service and also 12 months in market support from Department for International Trade, Bangkok for UK-based winner.